Good evening. The meeting is now convened at 5:04 p.m. I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones. A quorum of the board members is present in the auditorium tonight. They are, from my right on the platform, Cassandra Ozan Bandy, Michelle Cruz Arnold, Jeanette Garza Linder, Angela Luan Flowers, myself, Rick Campo, Audrey Monamanai, we have Rolando Martinez, Paula Mendoza, and Adam Ravon. And Audrey, I'll get your name right someday.
I'm going to send you a phonetic.
I have it. Okay. All right. We have some elected officials here. Savant Moore, trustee. Thank you for being here. Anybody else? Okay. We'll now be joined by a member of the Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps to lead our pledges. I would like to ask the board president or board vice president Audrey Momanai.
Don't worry about it.
I can't do it. It's crazy. Okay, to introduce our leader tonight.
Hello. Cadet Captain Amber Luna serves as the battalion commander for Bel Air High School's 20th Cardinal Army JROTC Battalion. She has distinguished herself in academics, leadership, and community service throughout her high school years. Cadet Luna serves on the school's Cardinal Leadership Crew and has volunteered hundreds of hours serving her school and her community in events such as helping plan a special education field day and teaching first aid to 5th grade students. Cadet Luna is the commander of the unarmed drill team, commander of the marksmanship team, a member of the archery team, and a member of the Raider team that recently competed in the National Raider competition in Fort Knox, Kentucky. After graduation, Cadet Luna will attend my alma mater, Texas A&M University, where she will major in telecommunications and join the Air Force ROTC program to receive her commission as an Air Force officer after college. Cadet Luna, congratulations. Go ahead.
Please rise for a moment of silent meditation. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Cadet Luna. Appreciate it. Good luck at Texas A&M. At each February board meeting, we have the pleasure of featuring the student who won the annual Martin Luther King Jr. Oratory Competition. HISD would like to thank Foley and Lardner LLP for supporting this competition, now in its 29th year in Houston. We are proud to celebrate Montoya Murray, a 5th grade student at Blackshear Elementary. She made history as the first repeat winner of the competition and won first place with her powerful speech honoring Dr. King's legacy and reminding us of all the importance of justice, peace, and equality. Now I'd like to ask go ahead, I'd like to ask the principal of Blackshear Elementary to come up to the microphone and introduce herself, and Montoya. Thanks.
I'm Jasiah Brown, proud principal of Blackshear Elementary School, and good evening to everybody at home and in the room. We appreciate you for being here. I'm honored to introduce to you an incredible girl who happens to be a Blackshear Lion Club, where the pride of Third Ward begins. Miss Montoya Murray is the one and only back-to-back 2024 and 2025 Foley MLK Order winner. She is an icon on campus. Montoya is a cheerleader. She is a safety patrol leader. She is also an AB Honor Roll student and perfect attendance winner for this school year so far.
Whoa.
Montoya is a ferocious reader and writer that thrives under the guidance of her parents and our librarian, Ms. Rhonda Eaglin. So, Montoya plans to take her talents to Maryland PVA next school year. We're going to miss her. She's going to grow into a poet like Maya Angelou and a singer like Whitney Houston. Please honor us, and please give a round of applause for Montoya Merrill.
Good evening. God bless America, land that I long. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the lights from above. God, please bless America, my home, sweet home. America, America, we stand today in a nation saturated with ideals of freedom and bravery. Dr. King once said, in America, millions of people experience daily the opportunity of the pursuit of happiness. He would be so proud of how far we have come, from segregation to integration, from racism in the neighborhood to living as a brotherhood. Yes, God has blessed America. However, Dr. King acknowledged in his speech, The Other America, the reality is there are two Americas, one flourishing with prosperity, the other plagued by poverty and inequality. The question was asked, what will Dr. King tell us about our responsibility as citizens and leaders in America today? Dr. King would remind us that our responsibility is to keep America's hearts beat strong and in harmony with God, to create a society rooted in equality. Let me share moments from my own life that brings this idea to light. When I was a little girl, in 2019, at the end of my kindergarten year, we performed Sing a Song by Earth, Wind, and Fire. The message was simple. If you're down and out, sing a song and it'll make your day. At that time, America's heartbeat was steady. Boom, 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 boom. Then COVID-19 struck. The nation's heartbeats raced with panic as over 1.2 million lives were lost and the rhythm of America weakened, sending us to our knees crying, God, please bless America. Dr. King, a drum major for justice, kept the rhythm of the heartbeats of America alive. He would tell us the impact of COVID-19 caused severe damage to our country, and our nation's heartbeats lost the rhythm, causing us to need bypass surgery. In our democracy, we must stabilize the heartbeats of our nation. But shortly after the start of COVID, America chose to bypass justice after the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery. On January 6th at the insurrection, we bypassed peace, and during the 2024 election, rude commercials featured candidates lashing out at the other side, causing America to bypass righteousness. Just like the heart needs surgery when it is damaged or weak, the heartbeats of America requires care when it is out of sync, filled with hateful rhetoric. Dr. King envisioned an America where justice flows like a mighty river, ensuring equality for all. He dreamed of a nation where innocent immigrants fleeing pain and sorrow can find hope, legally and with dignity. Today, faced with the challenges of division and despair, when innocent children are gunned down at school, Dr. King would cry out, "Is there a medic in the room? America needs CPR now because of the pain and gloom." C, call on God to uphold justice. Just as a surgeon must carefully restart the heart after surgery, America must actively work to restart its commitment to justice. P, promote peace among all people. In a world fractured by division, Dr. King would implore us to build bridges, not walls. Finally, R, righteous living required. He would say, choose faith and family over fame and fortune. Choose principles over political parties. Vote for character over color. Love your neighbors more than the likes he gets on TikTok. I stopped by to tell you, on my way to middle school, that Dr. King would say, America, you've made it this far, now try CPR. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you.
Congratulations, Montoya. That was awesome. Great job, great job. We'd also like to congratulate the second place winner, J. Lauren Brown, a fifth grader from Windsor Village Elementary, and all the HISD students who participated in this year's competition. Their voices reflect the bright future of leadership within our district and beyond. Now I'd like to ask Board Member Adam Ravon to read our proclamation recognizing Black History Month. Mr. Ravon?
Whereas each February, Black History Month honors the enduring legacy of struggle and triumph in African Americans and celebrates and acknowledges the significant contributions African American men and women have made to our city, state, and country. And whereas African Americans have played an important role in such industries as education, medicine, finance, government, and international trade. And whereas our community benefits from embracing our diverse culture and recognizing outstanding individuals who rise above circumstance and become role models for our children of all races. And whereas Houston ISD School Board proudly and gratefully acknowledges the contribution of African Americans at every level of the district, from parent, volunteers, and crossing guards to teachers and district staff, each one an important part of the team. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Houston Independent School District, School Board, and the Superintendent of Schools proclaim February 2025 Black History Month in HISD and encourage all to acknowledge and celebrate the rich history of African American culture. In witness thereof, on this 13th day of February 2025.
Thanks, Adam. That was great. I believe we have other recognitions. Superintendent Miles, would you go forward with it?
Yes, President Campo. At Tanglewood Middle School, students are celebrating Black history in a creative and meaningful way through their annual Gator Grass project, led by our dedicated art teacher, including Ms. Elizabeth Huerte. This initiative allows students to research and honor influential Black figures by designing and building collaborative parade floats. This year, eighth graders Beto Befacadu, Alejandra Ordonez, and Addison Wazel created a float celebrating the legacy of Louis Armstrong. Their creativity, teamwork, and dedication reflect the spirit of excellence we strive for across HISD. A special thank you to Principal Janelle Kamla for fostering an environment where students can bring learning to life in such an engaging way. And we can't wait to see their hard work on display. Next, President Campo and members of the board, we have a special celebration. We celebrate Reverend D.Z. Cofield, a dedicated leader who has made a lasting impact on Houston ISD. As the senior pastor of Good Hope Missionary Baptist Church, he has provided mentorship, scholarships, and support to help our students thrive. Reverend Cofield's commitment to our community and partnership with HISD empowers students to succeed and grow into future leaders. His service is a true reflection of the spirit that strengthens our district. DZ Cofield could not be here tonight, but his wife, Tori Cofield, is here tonight, to be recognized on his behalf. And before we give a round of applause to Reverend Cofield, just going off script for a moment, I'd just like to say I've met the Reverend Cofield many times over the last year and a half and have come to admire not just his but his family's commitment to equity and education in the Houston area. He has a long-time program, radio program, where he reaches thousands of people, and his message is always one of care and equality and justice for all the community. And so he's been very helpful in the support of HISD, especially our underserved communities. I just want to say a big personal thank you to Reverend Cofield and his wife, Tori Cofield. So could we recognize Reverend Cofield and Tori Cofield at this time?
Thank you, Superintendent Miles. I would like now to take a personal point of privilege to acknowledge someone in the crowd today. Steve Lechlow, who is our Deputy Commissioner of Governance with the Texas Education Agency, is here tonight, and I'd like to invite him to the microphone. Steve, good to see you.
Good evening, board members. Thrilled to be here in person with you tonight to make a special announcement. As you know, in December, Dr. Doris Delaney, who was the conservator for this district preceding you guys all the way back to 2016, announced her retirement. Dr. Delaney is amazing and leaves huge shoes to fill. And I'm here tonight to announce her replacement, formally announce her replacement, who TEA is confident will provide the same exceptional level of leadership that Dr. Delaney did for this district to support you guys in this district's transformation. Dr. Anastasia Lindo Anderson has for many years worked in Houston, including as a teacher, principal, and administrator in Houston ISD, working on behalf of at-risk students to improve their lives. We feel incredibly fortunate at the agency to be able to recruit someone of such high caliber to serve in this very important role as the new conservator for the district. Dr. Anderson will be joining you guys in closed session, just like Dr. Delaney did. This is her first official meeting. In your inbox, you'll be receiving the official appointment letter soon. But please do remember, as a note, that the presence of a conservator in all of our Board of Managers districts is part of the agency's playbook. The role of the conservator in Houston, especially in a district as large as Houston, is really to be a partner with the appointed board, with the superintendent, to be a strategic partner, to be a force multiplier, and to be an extra set of eyes, especially important as you guys do the incredibly difficult and important work that you're doing on behalf of kids in such a large district. So again, Dr. Anderson will be joining you guys after the open session meeting, but I did want to formally appear in front of you to introduce her. Dr. Anderson, if you'll just wave real quick. We're thrilled to have her on the team. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Chair.
thank you, Deputy Commissioner Lechlow, and welcome, Dr. Anderson. Good to see you again. Absolutely. Okay, so let's now we're going to hear from public officials and student speakers and speakers wishing to address agenda items 1, acceptance of board monitoring updates, presentation of Goal 3, progress measures, Goal 3.2 and 3.3, and the bulleted items on our agenda, mid-year academic progress in the teacher excellence system for 2025-2026. Please note that Spanish live captioning is available for those viewing the meeting via live stream, and live Spanish interpretation is available for persons in the auditorium. Public comment during school board meetings will only be available to those persons who have signed up to speak prior to the meeting time per current protocol. Verbal and other disruptions by persons during the board meetings are not acceptable, as they inhibit the board's ability to conduct business and the public's ability to observe those processes. Persons who participate in such behavior will be given one warning, and if the behavior is repeated, they will be asked to leave the meeting. We have 63 registered speakers who will be limited to 1 minute each per board policy, and we have more than 30 people signed up to address the board. We ask that you stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under law, but you may name your own child. I ask you to please respect our procedures and the other speakers, and at the end of your comments, promptly and also promptly when your time is expired and the bell timer rings. We'll start with public officials. Will HISD board education trustee Savant Moore please come to the microphone? Very good. Good to see you.
Happy Black History Month. Thank you to the community engagement team, Board Manager Martinez and Bandy for showing up in Fifth Ward the other week. Steps like this make a difference. Yet there are many policies still need to be fixed. You say you love us, but we don't see it. You say you like us, but we don't feel it. Your words say one thing, but your actions tell another. Kids are screaming for help. Where is the policy that says schools are a safe zone from ICE? Instead, you suspend them and send them home where ICE can take them. Students use school choice to access the best education, so you take away their buses, forcing them out of the district. A retired accountant says you're disappointed and you have her arrested in this very room. To the public, call your governor, your senators, your state reps. Demand they pass Senate Bill 285, 564, and House Bill 2533 to return our district to local control. Yes. To every believer, pray like never before. They think we have no power, but they are sadly mistaken. No weapon formed against us shall prosper. And let me leave you with this. There was a little girl that you took the bus away from her. She used school choice, and she had to drop out of the school because you wanted to return her to her neighborhood school where she suffered with depression and suicidal thoughts. Well, her parent put her into an online school, and she's making all A's, and she just got accepted into a dream college. So we will continue to prepare. There is nothing that can stop us, regardless of you putting up those type of walls. And I still will pray for you, and I still will love you. God bless you, and God bless HISD.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from speakers who identify themselves as students when they checked in this evening. Speakers, please state your name when you step up to the microphone. Ms. Smith will please call our speakers.
I'd like to call the student speakers to the front row, please. We have 4 present this evening. Please move to the front. Mo Bynum, Isabel Bunn, Eliana Gottlieb. Go ahead. Mo Bynum.
Good afternoon. My name is Mo Bynum, and I am an 8th grader at Lanier Middle School. During the February 5th sick-out in protest of the very policies being discussed at this meeting, fellow students of mine walked out of class in protest. These students were then met with in-school suspension and parent meetings under the district's new policy meant to notify parents of campus violence. Now, I'm not going to stand here and pretend to know everyone's definition of violence, but I am going to ask, is this policy that disciplines students for a peaceful demonstration of resistance to a forceful overtaking of the school district, is this meant to educate them? And I can tell you without a trace of doubt that anyone with any respect or consideration for future generations should be ready to defend their quality of education and do the bare minimum amount of research into policies claiming to notify parents of campus violence, when in reality there are hurtful rules designed to oppose resistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Isabel Bunn.
Can I start? Okay, good evening, members of the HISD board. My name is Isabel Bunn, and I am a deeply concerned 12th grade student at Lamar High School. Tonight, I stand before you not just as a student, but as a voice for the thousands who feel unseen, unheard, and undervalued in a system meant to uplift them. Education is not just about test scores. It is about hope, opportunity, and the promise of a better future. But that promise is being broken. Walk into our schools and you will see it. Libraries stripped away, teachers overburdened, students forced into a system that prioritizes compliance over creativity, control over compassion, and test prep over true growth. This is not education, this is not equity, and this is not justice. The state takeover has only deepened the crisis, replacing stability with chaos. We are told to accept the loss of enrichment, the elimination of libraries, and the erosion of joy in learning. But I'm here to tell you, we will not accept it. Because this is not just about policy. It is about lives, futures, and the fundamental right to learn. It is about teachers who give their all, only to be met with disregard. It is about communities systematically silenced. I urge you to take immediate action. Ensure equitable funding. Support our teachers. Restore libraries and enrichment programs. And above all, listen to those most affected. The time to act is now, and the responsibility is yours. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Eliana Gottlieb. As we review mid-year academic process, I want to tell you about some absolutely laughable materials I have received in class this year. We have had an exercise analyzing an excerpt from The Women of Hidden Figures about black women who worked at NASA in the 50s and 60s. The exercise was full of AI-generated pictures where everyone's face looks the same. In another one, Katherine Johnson has pencils for fingers and is standing in front of a blackboard covered in gibberish. These were real people. We have actual pictures of these heroes working on their computers and at their desks. It would be great to see what they actually looked like, where they worked, and what they were working on. To me, this is disrespectful to what they accomplished. We also read about feral pigs attacking turtle nests, but the pictures have misspelled words on them, animals that don't exist, like a terrifying pig-turtle hybrid, and a turtle sitting in a massive bird's nest made of sticks and leaves. There's plenty more, but I only have a minute. You need to know that the materials you are forcing teachers to use contain information that is wrong and distracting. Please try to do better.
Thank you. We also have a student speaker on Zoom.
Adita Sage Bittner, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
My name is Adita Sage Bittner, and I'm a 5th grader at Conset Elementary. School choice ended yesterday, and my friends and I have been talking about where we hope to go for 6th grade. Our parents have been talking about which schools are secretly NES. On school tours, we asked how many teachers are certified, what books students are reading, and what electives and activities are offered. We asked about field trips, PTO events, and opting out of MAP and STAR tests. NES schools are lacking in these areas. NES is supposed to be good for the lowest performing schools, but families aren't buying it. No one wants it. Everyone wants to get far away from it. Families with options are leaving because NES isn't real learning. It's test prep with scripted lessons from uncertified teachers. I can't change that, but the Board of Managers can. You made the lowest performing schools NES, and only you can fix it. Vote no on item 5 and say what the community has been saying. NES is not educating students. Thank you.
Are there any other students in person?
Any other students out here? Okay, well, when they get here, we'll put them on the agenda. Okay, well, let's then move to, we're going to call in-person speakers to the microphone for agenda item 1, monitoring report mid-year academic progress and the Teacher of Excellence system. So group of speakers 1 through 7, please come up. And please state your name when you begin.
Group A, first speaker, Laura Hannett Oliveira. Go ahead. And next will be Catherine Donis, then Victoria Fredette. Please state your name and begin. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Laura Olvera. First, I wanted to say, wow, Miss Montoya was amazing. Thank God she still has a librarian, right? So my big word of the day is failed. But first, I came here to congratulate you, Mr. Miles. You received a failing grade in communications with the communities and culture within the environment. An overall D, really. Can you imagine if that were a teacher or a school administrator? They would have been fired immediately. But here you are, and you still get a 6-figure bonus. It's ridiculous. All of you have failed. You have even given yourselves a low score for advocacy and engagement. You failed our communities, you failed our top-tier educators, and most importantly, you have failed our children. It's time to give the schools back to the community and let us choose the appropriate leadership. Like I told you once before, I removed myself from your wrath, but I will never stop fighting for our children, as they are
Thank
not
you.
just test scores.
Thank you.
Catherine Donis. To the moms of Liberty, we noticed you did not stand up when the beautiful child performed before us. That beautiful child's voice is valuable and will not be silenced by discrimination or bias. You will not dim her light, and she will continue to shine brightly. Mike Miles, controversy, violated school district policies, procedures, questionable hires, budget shenanigans, attempts to stymie internal investigation. Miles, did you manipulate the school board and its policies to dramatically increase your pay and unlawfully created supplemental retirement programs to benefit yourself? I wonder if you did, because you would be that type of person.
Thank you.
Victoria Fredette. I was going to speak today to Mike Miles' failing performance assessment that resulted in a 6-figure bonus that in fact is public record because he's not a certified superintendent, but I think that will be well covered by other speakers tonight. I was going to speak to the KPRC investigation that uncovered $2 million in HSD spending on bond electioneering, but I'm confident that because the evidence is overwhelming, this will be investigated by the DA and this corruption will be exposed. Instead, I will speak to the fact that I'm tired. I'm tired of spending one Thursday a month here speaking to an unelected board and a superintendent who refuses to listen to our community. I'm tired of spending time away from my kindergarten-age daughter, but it's because of her that I will, and all the other children at HISD, that I will continue showing up at board meetings, public protests, and everything else possible until HISD has an elected board again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eileen Harrell. While encouraging the aggregated mid-year student outcome data does not fully align with the vision of the board, which is closing the gaps in student outcome data. Our students do not succeed or fail on a district-level aggregated data. We need to understand and evaluate the disaggregated student-level data by subpopulation, by campus, looking at NES and PUA. We need to understand the impact particularly on our special education and emergent bilingual students. The report this evening gives us none of those data. Disaggregated data better align with the goal progress measures monitored by the board and achieving the best outcomes for our students. I look forward to when we see that data, and I hope it's soon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ramona Acuña. I'm a proud Southeast Brown Beret and community member. I am here today to stand in solidarity with the Northside 45, the brave students who were suspended for standing up for their community and their future. Last Friday, these students exercised their right to protest against the injustice affecting their families, their friends, the fear, the raids, the policies that threaten their safety and dignity. On top of all that harmful changes happening in their school. Instead of listening, HISD chose to punish them, sending them a clear message: sit down, shut up, and don't fight back. But we see you, Northside 45. Your voices matter. Your courage matters, and no suspension will erase the truth you are speaking. Schools should be a place where students learn to lead, not a place where they are punished for it. HISD should be protecting its students, not silencing them. There must be a clear policy that keeps
Thank you.
blasting our message everywhere so that every student knows they're safe no matter their background.
Thank you.
Ruth Hoffman-Locke, you're next.
My father died 2 weeks ago. He graduated UT Law School in the top 10% of his class, and he retired as senior counsel of ExxonMobil Gas Marketing Company. He taught me a great deal about leadership and integrity. One of his best lessons was how to identify young attorneys with great leadership potential. He called it the "oh shoot" test. A young attorney faced the "oh shoot" test when she had submitted a brief to my father and he returned it, asking a few questions that hinted at the fault in her argument. The attorney passed if her response was, "oh shoot," a recognition that she had blown it and she needed to go back and start over. If she instead tried to justify her flawed position, she failed. It made my dad's day when they passed. Mr. Miles has faced the "oh shoot" test several times. When there was 42% teacher turnover rate, when the enrollment at NES schools decreased, when the bond failed, he's failed every time. And you gave him a bonus. Will you pass the "oh shoot" test?
Thank you.
Maria Benzon, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Dr. Maria Benzon. Once again, I'm here to call out misleading data. If you want to be data-driven, start with accurate and complete numbers. Right now, that's not happening. Take Exhibit 8. It claims at the beginning of the year, 11th graders who earned AP credit was 18%, dual enrollment 4.9%, and dual credit 16%. But in September, the same data showed AP at 26%, dual enrollment at 9%, and dual credit at 14%. Why are past numbers smaller in later reports? Are you lowering baseline data to fabricate progress? This pattern is clear. Fix the data. Tell the truth. Stop manipulating numbers. If you made an error, admit it. If the methodology changed, explain it. But stop gaslighting the public. The public deserves the truth, not a carefully crafted narrative designed to make this administration look like a savior. Like a colonoscopy, when you take a close look, the problems are obvious. We see them. Do you?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Darcy LaRota, you may begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so tonight I'm actually speaking on behalf of an employee at Wharton Dual Language Academy. They state, fire Principal Celadon. She engages in manipulative and narcissistic behavior rather than foster collaboration and trust among staff. Many of us have experienced disrespect, belittlement, and a lack of acknowledgement for hard work. It's disheartening to witness a leader who consistently shifts blame onto her staff while refusing to accept accountability for her poor decisions. Our students sense the tension and negativity that permeate the school environment. It's crucial we provide our children with a safe, encouraging place devoid of such distress. Teachers, staff, but most importantly, children are suffering from her oppressive regime. Celadon is self-serving, demeaning behavior, and your inability to foster a supportive environment has converted our workplace to a nightmare. Now I'll use my own words in my own personal statement as Darcy LaRota. I want the record to show that Veronica Celadon is a moron, but she's emblematic of Mike Miles' mission to groom our children, be
Thank you.
followers rather than leaders.
Thank you.
Carol Ann Shipp, please turn your camera on and you may begin. Looks like she's connecting to audio. Ms. Shipp, we don't have audio for you. Ms. Shipp, you're not connected to audio.
Okay, now am I?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Carol Ann Ship. I'm a retired HISD teacher of 38 years with 3 grandchildren in the district. Back today to talk about goal 3.3. The percent of 11th graders who qualify for college credit will increase from 3% in May 2023 to 48% in May 2028. I fail to see how the current curriculum can prepare anyone for college, much less college credit. I taught pre-IB 10th grade English and was IB coordinator for my campus. The 10th grade English lesson that I saw tried to cram 8 poetry conventions in one lesson about an uninspiring poem with tedious rhymes. Students need to read novels, discuss with their peers in a teacher-directed setting, and write compositions that are...
Thank you. What's that? Okay. All right, that concludes our hearing of speakers on agenda item 1, monitoring the report mid-year academic progress and teacher excellence system. So now we're going to go to presentation. So Superintendent Miles will now present board monitoring update and goal 3 progress measures 3.2 and 3.3. Superintendent Miles?
Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely. We'll hold for that. Please come forward. Did they? Okay. Give them a minute. Yes, please say your name. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joshua Ramos. I am from Northside High School. I'm here because of the 7th of February. I was protesting for my loved ones, family members, and friends. It is unjust to expel a student from a school all because they were using their freedom of speech. Where I'm going with this is I want to talk about the First Amendment. In December 15th of 1791, James Madison wrote the First Amendment stating that any person may use their freedom of speech to express their religious beliefs, express in their emotions, talk about their political view. What I'm trying to say with this is that this amendment does not just work on adults, but it's also made for teens and kids. It applies to anybody. But when they're using freedom of speech, you guys were fighting to expel us as the students. I wonder why. We, the students that were protesting, we're doing it in a peaceful manner with a good intention. We apologize for the students that were misbehaving and being...
You can keep going. Go ahead. Please turn his mic on.
Excuse me?
Go ahead.
Nothing to do with reckless part. You guys should have checked the cameras to see who was the one being misbehaving. In my part to defend myself, I can proudly say that I was loudly making it clear that we are here to protest in a peaceful manner. I don't want any of you breaking anything or being reckless. I would like for all of you to give power to the students and for the suspensions to get out of our record and to keep ICE out of our learning centers. And instead of investing money in ICE raids, the money should be invested into every school to make it into a better learning environment. Last year, we had an unfortunate loss in Marshall Middle School, all because you weren't paying for more ACs. All I am saying is that you guys should focus more on what matters. As board members, you guys need to do better, be better.
Thank you. Are there any other students that have arrived? Okay, so Superintendent Miles, you have the floor.
Yes, I've asked Chief Kristen Hull and her team to come forward to present the progress monitoring.
All right. Okay. Good evening, board members. Today we're doing the goal progress monitoring for 3.2 and 3.3. This is part of Goal 3, which is the percent of students graduating TSI ready and with an industry-based certification. And the goal is that it increases from 11% from the 21-22 graduates to 26% to the 26-27 graduates. So last year we met this goal, and today we're going to be speaking about 3.2 and 3.3 progress measures in service of Goal 3. So goal progress measure 3.2 is the percent of 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students who are on track to achieve CTE completer status by graduation, and that we increased that completer status from 34% in 2023 to 49% in May 2028. So just to level set, what is a completer? A completer is a student who is focused in one particular career track or one particular program of study, and that student has to both get at least 4 credits in that program, and the courses in which they're getting credits have to be at least a level 3 or 4 course. So they're really required to build a deep expertise in that very particular career program to be considered a completer. And so this is really looking at the students on track to receive that status. And again, this is important for 2 reasons as it relates to the broader goal. The first reason it's important because if students are completers, that means they're taking multiple courses and building their expertise in that career. And that enables them to be more likely to obtain that industry-based certification, which is what the goal is tied to. And additionally, the TEA accountability system is moving towards that direction where you have to be both a completer and obtain your IBC. So this particular goal progress measure is important to help us make sure both of those things happen. When we actually look at the graph on the right, when we're looking at middle of the year results, at the middle of the year, 46% of our students are on track to be completers, and that exceeds the end of year goal of 36%. So we do believe we'll be able to hit that 36% end of year target for CTE completers. We also look at it by student group, and on the left you see every single student group's current middle of year goal is already exceeding the end of year target. So for all student groups, we're also currently on track to reach our end of year goal. And then on the graph on the right, we've broken it up both by student group, but also by grade level. And so what the graph on the right really does tell us is that in 10th grades, many students, a much higher percent of students are on track to be completers because at the end of that fall semester, they only need half a credit. But they have to continue in that course sequence to stay on track to be completers, which is why we see that historic drop. And this is true for a couple reasons. One, maybe a student decides not to continue in CTE courses, or maybe they switch programs. So if you started in entrepreneurship and you switch to nursing, you actually won't be a completer in entrepreneurship. You have to kind of start over. So it's really important that we're paying attention to students kind of maintaining in that program as they progress from grade to grade. And this graph on the right tells us we need to be paying a lot more attention to that. We're also, as part of this board report, looking at 3.3. This might feel familiar because we reported on 3.3 beginning of the year results at the last board meeting, but this report shows the middle of the year results as well. Again, what you see on the left is the percent of 11th grade students who are qualified for college credit. At the beginning of the year results, we were at 26%, and that's because it's really only counting the 9th and 10th graders who'd received college credit. At the middle of the year, it also counts those 11th graders who got credit just in that first semester, since we're in February right now. So that's why you see the jump from 26 to 32%, and we do believe we're on track to hit the end of the year target, which is 35%. We also look at this across student groups as well. One of the things we did here is we said, okay, for students who are going to be, if we're trying to get increase the percent of students obtaining college credit, we also need to pay a lot of attention to enrollment, because they have to be enrolled in the course to then be able to obtain a credit in the course. So we pulled enrollment by student group, and what you really see for all students at the top is, compared to 23-24, we increased enrollment in college coursework by 9%, which is a really huge jump. And you see this is true for Asian students, for Hispanic and Latino students, and for students with disabilities. So across all of those student groups, we saw a really big increase in enrollment, and that's one of the reasons we also feel confident we're going to be on track to hit that end of the year target. This view looks at the same thing from each of the different types of college credit you can get. On the far left, you see AP. The reason the AP number hasn't changed from beginning of year to middle of the year is because you don't have an AP you don't take the AP test in the middle of the year. You only take it at the end. So that one will remain flat. The IB percentage will also remain flat because, again, you wouldn't take the IB test until you're an 11th grader at the end of the year. But where we see the jump is in dual enrollment and in dual credit, because in both of those options, you have that semester course that you can take. And so, for example, our HCC students that were enrolled in a first semester HCC course will have obtained their credit, and that's why you see that middle of the year jump. But across all areas, we would expect to see another jump at the end of the year to show that all of those students who are in 11th grade will obtain credit. So in summary, we do believe we'll be on track for both targets come the end of the year. And I'll talk a little bit more around the root cause analysis and the key actions for each. So for CTE, and this really, you could really see this in the 10th, 11th, and 12th grade numbers that we pull. But one of the most important things that we are paying attention to this year is the scheduling of students so that they can continue in their existing programs. In prior years, there wasn't a way to centrally track or monitor that, and we've now been able to integrate that into our centralized scheduling tool so that we can see and make sure that students are on track to maintain in their existing programs. And the flip side to that is making sure we're training the counseling and advising staff. So in addition to the scheduling tools to support it, making sure our counselors are trained to have those conversations with students so they understand the implications of their choices and they have support to make sure they can continue in that program sequence. We also have our foundational programs of study. As a reminder, those are the 4 high-wage, high-demand programs that we implemented across all comprehensive high schools. Whenever we implemented these programs, we both implemented high-quality curriculum and the ability to monitor a lot of the data for students in those courses, and so we're continuing to focus on that. But additionally, it helps our highly mobile students have those options when they move from high school to high school, and that's going to enable them to continue in a particular program if they are moving. We monitor and evaluate CTE progress holistically. So our team meets with the CTE campus leadership monthly at every campus to look at the fidelity of the program, make sure we're on track for supporting students to become completers, and to really ensure that all CTE programs are being implemented successfully. And then the final piece to that is the real world experiences with our business partners. So when we're partnering with businesses, we're really looking at 2 main things. One is, can they help us continue to build strong programs? Can they give us feedback on our curriculum, make sure our programs are aligned to the future of the industry? But can they also help us by giving students experiences with those employers, whether that be internships, externships, exposure to those careers as a part of the actual programming in that career. So we're continuing to add and expand the number of business partners that we're working with. For the 3.3, this is the college credit. We continue to highlight some of the things we've highlighted in previous board meetings. First is the opt-out policy. So students are automatically enrolled into college courses when they're demonstrating academic readiness. We also have an advanced course strategic scheduling platform where we have tools, again, that monitor making sure students are successfully enrolled and that campuses have the right number of offerings to support those students who are ready. We continue to make the freely available high-quality curriculum for these courses, as well as continue the focus on high-quality instruction. So no major changes in this area from last month, except scheduling is coming up actually right now. Students will start scheduling in February. So February and March will be really critical for both of these metrics and making sure we stay on track for them as we continue. And that's it.
Okay, great. Before I open the floor up for a conversation from the board, I just want to remind folks that we've asked a lot of questions that are technical and tactical in nature before tonight's meeting. They are posted online for the public to be able to see those answers. Tonight, let's keep our questions in the more strategic nature so that we can really understand the realities of how this is aligning with our students' achievement. So with that, who has the first question? Mr. Ravon?
Thank you, Ms. Hull. This presentation is always good, and I appreciate the thoroughness. We've asked a lot of questions to the board presidents for the board president's earlier comments, and I appreciate you reaching out and sharing the details of those answers. One of the things, and one of the through lines that I've spoken about previously is ensuring and helping us in the community kind of see clarity through the numbers. You know, we talk about some things being confusion like CGI and these sorts of things. To me, I think this is probably one of the more confusing areas because there's so many parts and pieces that make up an IBC and getting a student to completer status. And so one of the things I would like to understand from your point of view is how we can better indicate through leading and lagging indicators that we're presenting, whether it's supplemental or additional, kind of a easy way to grasp that when we say we're on track, it's easier to flow through the presentation. I still have a hard time with that, knowing that I'm looking at multiple parts here. I continually go back and forth with that. So that's just a comment to consider. But as I go a little bit deeper, one of the things that we see each period, exampled on exhibit number exhibit number 2 is on the right. What we see is that there's a trend for negative attrition between middle of the year and end of the year. And that trend suggests that the CTA program successes and the status as school ends, it changes. We lose folks who we've considered completer status or a percentage of those that are in that space. So in the last 2 years, what just rough math is about 22% between middle of the year and end of the year, we find that we have some attrition. And that's concerning for me because at 46%, if we lose 22% of those, it then falls in that category of concern, right? Like we're plus or minus 1. Maybe we'll hit it, maybe we won't. So I understand the things that you mentioned earlier. What gives you confidence, though, that we've got the pieces in place to ensure that we actually achieve the target, which ultimately helps us achieve the long-term goal?
Thank you for asking that. I think the primary thing is historically we haven't been able to centrally monitor scheduling. It's been individually done at the campus. So now when scheduling comes up, we really should be able to see, hey, out of, if we had 100 students, 90 of them stayed in their program and 10% didn't. And we should know that even before next school year starts. And so that just allows us to be much more proactive in following up, and anytime we see that being an issue with the campus leadership team to either make sure there's a correction or make sure that if students are leaving a program, they've had the right conversation with the counselor, they understand the implications. A student really may say, hey, I started in nursing and I can't stand the sight of blood and I need to do something else. And we want to acknowledge that student's preference, but we just want to make sure that they're not hopping from program to program without understanding the benefit of going deep in one. So truly centralized monitoring is probably the thing that gives me the most confidence that we'll be able to meet it, because we haven't historically had that ability to do that in the district.
Got it. And then just a follow-up to that is related to the lagging nature of our data. So our ultimate goal is in 2028 that we are able to achieve a certain goal. And so to get to 49%, roughly half of our students being in this category, we'd be looking at that year at 10th graders who are current 10th graders this year. In order to achieve that status, roughly 67% of them need to remain in the completer category of those who are currently in the completer category. So to do that, I'm thinking about the cohort, and I'm saying to myself, none of the other cohorts have remained that. If I look at Exhibit 4 on the next page, we see that between 10th grade and 12th grade, we drop precipitously. So again, I know that we've got a lot of pieces in place. I just want to sort of harp on the fact that this is a big change from what has occurred in the past. And I would love to see us easily be able to, see through that through line of how we do it. I'm not sure that I currently have enough to say that we're there. So I just encourage you to continue to help me and help others understand, like, how do we make sure this cohort is successful? Because this is the ultimate goal, is to give them pathways to succeed in life. So it's of critical importance that we get there.
And I don't think it changes the importance of scheduling, but I will say we have had the explicit conversations when we're planning for this, that this is a mindset shift where the focus on retention is critical to being able to accomplish this, given how much we've seen in students dropping out of their program. So I think we do acknowledge it is a big mindset shift at that campus level, but we've addressed that and we've been talking about that with our campus leaders and with our division staff, so that we're prepared to again monitor and take action whenever, so we don't see that type of a drop off going forward.
Who's next? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to, one of the questions on the Q&A, question number 7, reference PUA versus NES. And it talks about how we've made some changes specifically in NES to make sure that there's more AP courses available than last year. And it refers to the strategy, but it doesn't necessarily go into that strategy. So what exactly are we doing in NES schools to ensure that they have equal or more opportunities than they did last year?
We made one very specific change in 10th grade, which was important because it will impact the BOI results for 3.3, which is that we integrated an AP course for students who, AP seminar for students who are enrolled in Advanced English 2. And so in NES across the board, you'll see more students accessing AP earlier in 10th grade. So that was one change. But in addition to that, the overall opt-out policy still applies to NES. So in every single core subject, math, reading, science, and social studies, when students are at that academic attainment level, they auto-enroll into college courseworks, and you typically will see that a lot in 11th and 12th grade. And sometimes they'll have choices, it might be which advanced math do you want, which advanced science do you want, but that auto-enroll process still applies in NES.
Okay, that's good. And I'll go back to a question comment I made, I think, when we last reviewed this, which is to Board Member Adams' point, is we have a big drop, right, from sophomore to seniors. And I know that part of that is because some of our students need to go and complete courses in order to meet graduation requirements. But I just want to continue to kind of reiterate that in those instances, because kids are having to go back, students are having to go back to meet graduation requirements, the likelihood that they are going to graduate and have an opportunity to succeed in a career is limited because now they're no longer, one is they're barely graduating, and two, now they're no longer in a CTE course or leading to an IBC. So what can we as a district do to increase opportunities for them to, yes, we're going to make sure they graduate, but they're still, that IBC doesn't go to waste, in other words. And so that's just a food for thought.
Yes, one thing we're actually doing as we continue to enhance our CTE programs is we're looking at all 4 CTE courses within one program, and we're actually integrating multiple IBCs in many of them. So we are actually aligning IBCs to each course. So you might have a program where you say, hey, I'm going to take a course in 9th grade, a course in 10th grade, I'm going to take one IBC, I'm going to continue to take a course in 11th and 12th grade, and I actually might take then a more rigorous IBC. And so we're actually, historically, the district has really only given IBCs when they're in 11th or 12th grade, but we actually do think many programs, students will be ready to take some of them much earlier because different IBCs have different levels of difficulty. So that's one way we're addressing is in many programs, students will be able to, one, take multiple and have multiple credentials when they graduate, but two, take it earlier when it makes sense and when it aligns to that particular course. So that's one thing. I think the other big strategy here is actually what we're doing holistically across academics, because one reason students are getting stuck with not meeting graduation requirements is if they failed a course and they have to retake that course. And that takes up time in their schedule when it's already taken up time in their schedule in previous years. So as we continue to support students in passing their courses and meeting grade level standards, and if they don't, automatically support them in a remedial course so that they can then pass right away, that will also prevent students not having that time at the end of the year where they have to retake courses that they've already taken time for.
That sounds good. And then just to reiterate how important this is, I think there's an article by the Chronicle that showed that less than 20% of our 2017 graduates were able to make a living wage 6 years after graduation. Less than 20%. And so that's important that we continue to give them opportunities through graduation and IBCs in particular. Thank you.
And even to comment on that, for every single program of study, we have information about the specific careers that it leads to, and we're identifying careers that are above living wage now. And we're building the program of study to allow students to access that career, so right out of high school, they can be making a living wage. So for every program, we're identifying, again, those exact career opportunities so that we break that actually right when they graduate, because we've seen that data too, and it's definitely the exact thing we're trying to avoid.
You have a question?
I have a quick question. So on, I just want to make sure I'm looking at this right. And is there a, I'm looking at Exhibit 3. Can you just explain kind of what strategies we're using to adjust, I guess, from middle of year to end of year? I think to Mr. Ravon's question earlier, I mean, we saw results back in 23, 24 that were higher than this year at middle of the year. And so I assume we're adjusting our strategy. You just gave one example, which was the 10th grade, 10th graders at NES campuses. Is there anything else like that that's, I don't know if it's low hanging fruit, but something that we can implement that will help us achieve the goal at the end of the year?
I think this is completer status, which, so one of the things that we are doing in career and CTE courses, and we've started this with our foundational programs of study because we've standardized all the curriculum, but we are implementing quarterly assessments to help our principals monitor the success of those students. And so for the first time, we've been able to report back how they're doing significantly ahead of the IBC. So we're implementing that. We focused on that in the foundational programs of study, but the goal is to expand that so we have a lot more information before we take that IBC that students will be successful, and that allows us to do much quicker remediation to make sure those students are successful. The other thing we're doing that we haven't done, the district hasn't done previously, is we're also ensuring that all students who are supposed to be signing up for an IBC actually do, and monitoring the rostering process for IBCs, again, to make sure that they take it, because that'll allow us to monitor pass rate And it will actually allow, even if they take it and don't pass, it allows to, again, continue to support that student. So making sure they're getting there and prepared for it.
Thank you.
Questions over here? Go ahead.
Thank you for that additional information. I'm thinking as well about shifts from mid-year to end of year, and you've talked about how integrating the platforms and tech gives you a way to analyze the data. Can you tell us, I really appreciate the last example that you gave, but can you tell us a little bit more about the strategy of are there triggers that go on electronically, or who is the person making sure that it is being monitored and then adjusted for? Or is this something that you use in the reflection period to adjust for the next year? Like, which part of it, if things get out of line on a campus and say all of a sudden there's some percentage drop, is there a trigger, or does a human person have to see that? Is that one more thing on the principal's list? Like, how are you adjusting to make sure that someone's coming in at the right moment?
It's a great question. I think there's two parts. The first part is the student scheduling piece. So when the student goes and does their course selection, and what we've done for that piece is automate it to where they see on the college credit side, if they're ready to take college credit, they see only that college credit option. On the CTE course side, if they're already in a program, they only see that next course for that program. And so there's a lot more that has to happen for them to get scheduled, for them to select the wrong schedule. And then after the student piece closes, our team builds the tools that roll up the results of that after this master schedule happens. So we then analyze the actual schedule, and we'll just give the principal the report that says, hey, 97% of your students who are supposed to be in advanced courses actually are. And that allows them to immediately dive in and focus on those that weren't and make sure that it's for the right reason. And so we build all those supports for them, and then we take it to them so that we can work with them.
Does that mean then it's one more thing on the principal's responsibility? It's not, there's not some person with oversight helping that?
A lot of our counselors are the ones that support the master schedule process. So the principal is responsible for everything at their campus, but we're primarily working with counselors throughout all of scheduling. And we do a lot of training for them on that schedule. And what we really do with the principal is we're really clear around the goals, right? Here's for industry-based certifications and CTE programs, our goal is to make sure students are continuing in that program. But the implementation of that typically is happening between our teams and our counselors to make sure it's done correctly, and we're keeping principals up to date.
I'm still hearing some area for fuzz. If, like, say something's really going wrong in some counseling department, I'm wondering if y'all have the manpower to not just provide, but provide and also just make sure that doesn't slip. How do you ensure that it doesn't slip through the cracks if there's something going on in a particular department? I understand you give them the data, but
Well, two things. One, we do give them the data, but we work with them. We don't just give it to them and leave, we work with them. But the other piece of this is that on the division side, there's also our executive directors of support. So even if something is going wrong, it doesn't even always have to be the principal that fixes it. We're working really closely with divisions all the time to make sure we're able to implement the things that we're trying to do. So our team works a lot with counselors on training, but we also we meet with the division support team weekly to make sure that they're also helping on the division side.
So you feel confident that the plan does not leave holes where our new tech and our platform and the people, we feel confident that we would find gaps if a campus.
I mean, we tested the advanced scheduling tool last year, and that is what led to the 9% increase in enrollment. And so we do think that was successful. And so of course, there's always going to be ways we can improve tools that we build and make things easier to use, but the data doesn't lie. And so while there's a gap, until it's addressed, we continue to work with the right people to fix it.
I believe you. I was asking. Thank you. That was a good answer. Thanks.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Hi, Chief Hull. For clarity's sake, can you, because I have often used them interchangeably, can you define the difference between dual credit and dual enrollment, just so I'm perfectly clear?
Yes, so dual credit is our partnership with HCC. And so our HCC courses, we call dual credit courses. Dual enrollment is our partnership with the University of Texas. And so our dual enrollment courses are the UT on-ramps courses where students are getting credit at UT.
Okay. So if we were just saying dual credit or dual enrollment across the country, not HCC or UT, which ones, because I understand that some students may get college and high school credit, some may get college credit that may not necessarily apply for high school credit. Can you explain that for me, please?
Yes, and it actually is something we typically have to work through a lot. Whenever we are offering a dual credit or a dual enrollment course, we both have to have the TEA course that matches the HCC or UT course. So if HCC has a course, but we actually don't have that course from TEA, we can't offer it, we can't give students credit for that. So a lot of the work that we do that's actually fairly labor intensive is we sit down with HCC and we say, here's all, like, let's take one of our foundational programs of study. TEA gives us a very select set of courses that we can offer in that program. And so we sit down and we say, what courses do you have that match the courses that we have? And we have to crosswalk those courses to make sure that a student would be able to obtain credit both in Houston, but also at the college. And if we can't find that crosswalk, we don't offer that for students because then they can't get any credit for it in high school. So that's the challenge is, again, you have to find the course that counts for both the college side and the HISD side per the select set of courses that TEA provides us.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I'm hearing that there's not a situation where a student would be receiving college credit for a course and it not be applicable for their high school requirements, or?
They shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
And sometimes, it's been tried to offer and we have to go say, no, you can't do that because, again, it has to be able to match one of our courses. What we do try to do is say, okay, if a student's is in a program of study and they're in our courses in 9th and 10th and 11th grade, what are the courses they could take in the summer if they did want to obtain more credit? That doesn't have to be necessarily an HISD course, but we can give them options for additional courses in the summer if they wanted to do that. So again, we try to really stay focused on when they're enrolled with us, they need to be getting credit at HISD, and so we find that crosswalk.
Right, okay, thank you for that. I appreciate your explanation. So I had a question in the Q&A, I wanted kind of a chart of all of our schools and which programs they were offered. And it appears that, and again, I'm not completely clear on the definition of an IB program and what it entails and what's different than other programs, but it just seems that we don't have as many IB programs for our high school students. Just wondering about, because it was a big deal when I was in school. I don't know, I hear different things now. So just wondering about how we're viewing IB programming, the viability and sustainability of it as it relates to other programs and having our students hit these marks.
So let's say two things. One thing with IB programming is I do think it'll continue to go back to constraint 3, which is if a principal is making a program change, that's something we need to talk about before anything actually happens. If they want to shift between IB and something else. So we're trying to make sure we're very intentional before anyone moves away from IB programming. But more broadly, when we're actually thinking about, if we were looking here, hey, we have 4 different ways you can obtain college credit. What we actually do is say, okay, if I'm actually looking just at, an advanced science course, we say, okay, if there's an advanced science course at, HCC and at UT, which one should the principal pick? And so what we really do is just try to support them in where are your students being most successful, and where can it be most successful at that campus. In a lot of these instances, the courses don't overlap. So for example, HCC offers numerous career tech ed courses for dual credit that UT On-Ramps doesn't offer, right? So it's not a choice, but when it is a choice, we really do support students, camp principals in saying, what does your data tell you where your students are being most successful?
Okay. So, again, this chart is pretty telling. So what does that tell us about the future of IB, I guess? What should we discern about where IB is going?
For us, all IB programs are continuing unless a campus submits a request to change that, in which case at that time, it'll be evaluated.
I understand that. I'm just curious about, so do we have any information about IB in general across the country and how those programs are doing? Or are they being replaced by other programs? I'm just trying to get an understanding of what's happening with IB.
We can look at that for you if
Okay.
you'd like. We can do
Thank
that.
you, and I'll do some research and we can kind of share as well. I'm just very curious about the offerings. I do understand whenever we sunset a program, it'll be brought in front of us, but I was just curious as to any points around that. One last question. I really appreciate our students getting that real life experience with Harris Health and CVS and Chevron Shipping. Those are all really great. I'm curious about, and I looked it up on our website, I didn't find anything, so I'm asking you, do we still have in HISD a co-op program that allows students to, I'm generally explaining this, spend half a day at school and then half a day literally going to work in industry with a business partner, just to get that, again, real life experience, but also get paid, which is a huge incentive to kind of stay on track. So just curious about, do we have any thoughts? I know we have a person or a group that's working on business partnerships, but what's our view on co-ops? Because that was definitely a thing when I was in high school in HISD.
I do believe we have them with a couple, like I think Merit Construction is one example where we have a very specific program that allows for that. So I think it just needs to be very explicitly designed into that program of study. And we do want to make sure that if students are going off-site, that they're on track to complete all of their additional credits. So I think the answer is yes, we're open to that as part of how we plan for every program. And I can follow up with you to let you know if there's like the specific ones we currently have.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a quick question, just so it might avoid the data dive on IB? Can you tell us a little bit about what it takes to be, I don't mean the specific things, but about IB certification versus AP and the staff that we have relative to so that we can better understand why do we have so many AP and there's just not a bunch of IB. Can you kind of tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is for AP, there's many AP course options, and you can just take one AP course. And if you have the right teacher who's certified to teach that AP course, you can take that AP course and right? So, and that's very different than IP as a program. They're implementing an entire framework to implement that program typically across a full school. So it's just a different thing where AP isn't a program, it's a course.
Do you have more AP certified teachers in the district or more IB certified?
I can get back to you on that. I don't want to say the wrong answer.
But I'm pretty sure it's AP. Just so that people can kind of understand the logistics, that there hasn't been some proactive reason to expand or not expand based on philosophy rather than staffing.
I mean, for AP, that is where we're really pushing in a lot of the auto enrollment process, because we can say, hey, this actually is that next math or science course that you need to take, and that's an AP course option, and then we work to certify, as we're increasing volume and as we're increasing enrollment, we're constantly certifying more teachers to be able to teach in that way. So AP is the specific strategy in many cases for the auto enrollment.
Yeah.
The opt-out policy, where again, we're trying to make sure students have access to the right courses.
Thank you.
I just want to make a point here, because we were talking, and Dr. Cruz Arnold of the College Board kind of let us know about Texas requirements for AP teachers and how, like, just to be clear, you do not have to be certified to be an AP teacher. I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on that. And we do understand a lot of time industry experience is way up here, subject matter experts and things like that, but you do not have to be certified to teach an AP course is what we heard earlier.
Yeah, we just make sure they get the proper training.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. One thing I haven't heard yet that I've got a burning question about is if for goal progress measure 3.2, if we're going to increase that percentage over the coming years, and to Mr. Ravan's point earlier around this big drop from 10th to 12th grade that we see in the data now, what needs to be true before you hit 9th grade in order to achieve these goals? And sort of flipping the script a bit, like I'm thinking, you know, for the children I know hitting 9th grade, to have to pick one career track at that point seems like a very challenging thing to do. So it feels like there's a lot of things that need to be true in order to see the success that the state may be anticipating with this guidance of 9th grade completer status. But also what needs to be true in the district for students to be ready. That needs to be happening by middle school in order to make, I guess, a more informed choice by then. So I'm actually a bit, I'm having trouble with GPM 3.2 right now for some of those reasons. Can you enlighten us a bit on that?
Yes, and it's such a valid point because, again, we do want students to be selecting a career path that they're excited about and that they're passionate about. So one thing we did this year is in 8th grade in their coursework, especially in NES, integrated into their Art of Thinking coursework, we went over all of our foundational programs of study tracks where they just got exposure to what they are and what type of careers that you can get and different things about them. We did some others as well. And then we also just went over things like advanced coursework and things that are available and those options. And we're actually expanding that exposure course to 6th and 7th as well, so we have a little bit more time to build there. So I think the more we can expose students to the different paths earlier, the more we're going to be able to support them in the right selection for that. And I think the flip to that is also making sure our counselors and advisors have exposure to that, not just from like, hey, here's the name of the course, but what does that course mean? How do we bring that to life for them so that they understand the potential jobs that they can get if they make that selection and the type of student that might like one type versus another. So I think it's both the training on the counselor side and exposure on the student side.
Thanks for highlighting that, because I think anecdotally I hear comments about counselors just not having, let's say, the bandwidth or something. There's a lot of students, a lot of demand, a lot of information, and what needs to be true then in our district for our counselors to be able to expose our students to the kind of information they need to make these choices. I'm not sure that I'm asking for the right information to understand that, and if as we move towards our budgeting, discussions that we'll have in different meetings, right? Are we putting enough energy in the areas where students are going to be supported to make these kinds of choices?
Yeah, yes, and I do think the continuous training and exposure on both sides is something we're continuously working on and investing in.
Anybody else?
President Campbell, just one comment I want to ask. I know when we track reading and math, we're breaking it down between PUA and NES. If we can move forward, also have that breakdown for this particular piece. I usually am the one that submits that question, but if we could have it here as well, that'd be helpful.
The NES PUA breakdown?
Yes.
Oh, in the
for this particular progress monitor.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Yes, not a problem.
Just a follow-up. As we were discussing, I wanted to just also highlight one more point on alignment, and this is around, so my son in elementary was in the IB program, middle school, IB, high school, there weren't really many options. And so it really wasn't part of our selection criteria because it wasn't as prominent to some of the folks' points earlier. I think it's important, though, that we consider and begin to think early about the implications of that as we line up all of our magnet programs and ensure that students continue to have access in multiple areas. We've looked at the data and we can see that like the high demand programs for HISD are those critical dual language programs. Montessori is right up there. IB is right up there. We're getting a lot of demand in school choice. So it's also important that we think through that continuum through graduation for these. And I just wanted to bring that again to the fore as we continue in the process of aligning programs.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your presentation and answering the questions. And I will point out again that there are questions online for the public to look at whenever you want. Do I have a motion to accept the board monitoring update presentation of Goal 3 progress measures 3.2 and 3.3? You might have to get your computers going again. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments? Any more? Okay, great. Well, go ahead and vote then. Okay, we have 9 yeses and 0 nays. The motion passes. Superintendent Miles, I believe you're going to address the mid-year academic progress and the teacher excellence system for school year 2025-2026.
Yes, sir. One second, I'm going to get my.
Well, so let's put it on. This one.
Members of the board, President Campo, I'm here to talk about NWA scores. I want to put it in a little bit of context. First, the board member Martinez talked about the Good Reason Houston report just now, or not too long ago, which talks about livable wage. And is this on? Can you hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
And in that report, it talks about our graduates from 2017, 6 years later, so 2023, only 27% of all of our graduates, actually 17% of all of our graduates are earning a livable wage. What that should tell you is that there's a high demand for us transforming the system so that we will break that cycle in the future. What is also important to note that's relevant to this report today is that in the same report, Good Reason Houston report, it talks about what you can tell from 8th grade reading and Algebra 1, as well as other subjects, but they focused on 8th grade reading and Algebra 1, meaning this, in order to get a post-secondary credential, whether that's a bachelor's degree, whether that's an associate's degree, or industry-based certification, you also have to focus on reading, math in the early grades. And so one of the things, even when we're talking about CTE, we talk about what can we do to get that better. Well, we've been very purposeful in ensuring that our kids can do both. Not just industry-based certifications and CTE credit, but also academic credit in ACT, SAT, TSIA, IB. Those are all important exams, but it emphasizes the dual nature, achievement and skills. So we have to do both, and it starts with putting kids in the best position to do both, which means that they have to read, write, and do math at early. The second thing I'll say is that a year ago, we talked about the enormous growth of our students, both in the STAR-tested subjects and the huge historic improvement in our accountability ratings, meaning we went from 121 DNF campuses to 41. At the same time, we went from 93 A and B campuses to 170. And I said at that time, even though it's good to celebrate that sort of historic improvement, that 1 year does not a trend make, and that one set of data doesn't make a trend. So we have to have some caution around that. Well, in the last month, we've had 2 different data points, different tests, that also show tremendous growth and improvement in our academic achievement. In the NAEP results, Houston Independent School District is one of the few districts in the United States of large urbans that had an increase in proficiency on all 4 exams, whether it's 4th grade math, 4th grade reading, which we did very well on. And I think the nation went down in all 4, except for maybe math. I think they improved a little bit. And in reading, 8th grade reading, 8th grade math, we improved a little bit, but the nation went down, the state went down. So once again, HISD is an outlier. And this is recognized not only here, but outside of Houston, outside of Texas. We've been getting lots of compliments around how we did, and questions about how we were able to do this in such a short period of time. That's the NAEP, that's the nation's report card, and that data can be found online, and that's the NAEP's data, not ours, or not analyzed or calculated by us. But what I'm here tonight to talk about is yet another norm reference assessment called the NWA. You know that last year we took it beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of year. The district had not taken NWA prior. There were a couple of schools that did, but the district as a whole did not prior to my administration. So this is the second year, so we have beginning of the year data, which I reported out, and now middle of the year data. I'm only going to be brief today. You have this PowerPoint, but you'll get another one if you haven't received it already, but you'll get another one, I think it's 40 or 50 pages with subgroup data. But all of it points to really good progress. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Before I do that, I have to caution. In order to say that a district and the students are doing well or moving in the right direction, no any one exam can really tell you that. It has to be multiple assessments of progress to be definitive. And even on the NWA, that not any one metric is going to be, scientifically a predictor of success. You have to look at that one test in multiple ways. And with the combination of both the achievement, this is progress monitoring, and other things like the quality of instruction, you can make some general predictions around, are we going to be there? So for example, in the district with the principals and the executive directors, we look at multiple measures. I'm going to show you 3 of them, but all those together, it's still not enough. We also have to look at IRT. So we have an algorithm that is, back of the napkin. If we see met expected growth in reading and in math and the quality of instruction, those 3 things put together is going to generally give you an idea of whether you're going to move up or down on the star. There is no exact measure that we can give you. We can give you several data points that point to a trend and that point to whether we're making progress or not. So that's what I'm presenting, and we should not ask of any one exam more than it can actually do. So let me show you the things that we look at closely. And this is just definition. So we look at three things. Met expected growth is one. It is an NWA metric. Every kid has a beginning of the year assessment point, or if they don't, they have a generalized target for middle of the year and a target for end of year. And this is set by the NWA. So those are, there's an algorithm that say if a kid scored 172 in this example, RIT points in reading, based on 8 million other kids and their beginning of the year test, the average student is going to hit 180 by the end of the year. By the middle of the year, they're going to hit 176 RIT points. That's all it is. So we want our students to hit that middle of the year projected growth target. In the United States, in NWA world, 50% of the kids will hit met expected growth. So we need to do better than that because we don't want to just be the same relative to everybody else. We want to close that gap with the nation's kids, which will also close our gap here in Texas. And so we shoot for 55 for met expected growth. That's a general number that we asked our teachers and principals to hit. And if we hit that, then we have a general feel that we're making good progress. The second thing we look at is not just growth, met expected growth. We're looking at what point can we move the proficiency to the right. Just like this is a median achievement percentile, which means if you start at the 45th percentile as a group of kids in a school or in the district, can you move it to the right? In the nation, of course, the median is 50. So no matter how many kids take it, the median achievement percentile among all the kids would be at the 50th percentile. So a kid at the 60th percentile is higher than 60% of all other kids who took the test, and it's behind 40%. So we want to move that curve to the right, and so it's one of the things we'll show you. Are we moving it? Are we moving our proficiency to the right? And then the third thing is meets or exceeds grade level proficiency. This is also an achievement metric, not so much a growth one, based on a star correlation. So NWA has enough information around the star that it can correlate the two. So it's projected, it can't predict for sure, but it can project whether or not we're going to hit this level of proficiency on the star exam. It's called projected meets or exceeds grade level proficiency. So the first of the three, met expected growth, is a growth metric. The other two is an achievement proficiency metric. All right, so let's look at, this is a big picture real quick. How did we do on met expected growth? And then we're going to show you by grade level. The district's target's 55%. I told you that already. So we hit 56 in math and 58 in English language arts. Now that's as a district as a whole, and obviously we're going to look at grade level here in a second. In science, all grades exceeded 62%, which is huge. We did this during the STAR. We moved that proficiency in science, and now we're doing it again in met expected growth on NWA. We're hopeful that that will translate to higher proficiency on the STAR exam. As far as the median achievement percentile, again, we moved the needle on every single grade level, 2 to 5 percentage points in math and ELA, and 6 to 10 percentage points in science, which is just incredible movement. Keep in mind, in the NAEP world, for example, NAEP, since 2002 to now, the nation, black students in 8th grade moved 2 percentage points in proficiency and then lost it during COVID in reading. That's how hard it is to move achievement, not growth, achievement. And so to move the way we're doing, we're going to catch up fairly quickly. And then finally, meets or exceeds Across all grades and subjects, HISD improved its meet or exceeds mark. Bottom line, middle of the year NWA achievement scores and growth scores this year is above middle of the year achievement scores for last year. Again, is that predictive? We think all total, yeah, probably pretty good, means that we're going to move up. That combined with the quality of instruction. There are areas that we have to work on still, so let me show you by grade. So first, met expected growth, that's the definition again, just keep it front and center. And this is what we did this middle of the year. So again, 55 is what we're shooting for. On average, we hit 56. This is math. And you can see in sixth grade, we hit almost 50, 49.4. In seventh grade, 53. I probably shouldn't be the one just to point to the negative stuff. But we're close in seventh grade. Sixth grade, we're behind the national number for met expected growth. Now, you have to look at all the data, not just this one, but it does show that there's some work to do here in met expected growth for sixth grade. And obviously, all of these, this is just one metric. We're going to look at the others to see where we need to work. This is reading, same thing, sixth grade is a little lower, and so is seventh grade a little lower, but seventh grade is not anything to worry about. Keep in mind, 51.6 is still above the national average, but we got to beat it more than, we got to be more than the national average. We're going to close the gap. And then science is really high. My team and I, I had this data checked 3 times because it's really good, and we want to make sure we understand not just when we're below, but when we're far above. And most likely, the fact that we're just spending good time in science, especially in 5th grade, for example, we're spending 90 minutes 3 times a week, but also the science curriculum is a lot stronger and tighter. That's another reason for the growth. All right, preliminary median achievement percentile. We still are working on making sure we have accurate data. This is close, and this is the second preliminary, so we're pretty confident in these numbers, but we still have some SPED students who took the test late. We have some late testers, so it'll be off just a little bit, if at all. So we think we're confident in presenting these numbers. Again, this is what it looks like. We're trying to move that percentile to the right. By the way, for those of you who are a little bit more technical, the data for any one district is not a bell curve, or usually not a bell curve. It may look like this, and that's why the median is still the best metric versus an average. So the median for math, reading, and science for the district is well above where we were last year. That's moving the needle quite a bit. Yeah. That's good for our students, and when you get the subgroup data, you're going to see our underserved populations did just as well or better. So here's it broken down by grade. This is math. This is the achievement percentile, calculated by NWA, not us. Anybody with access to NWA can look at it, but that's huge growth. That's middle of the year to middle of the year. So a huge achievement percentile. So we were behind the national average, and now we're generally above. Then this is reading, also really huge. Again, behind the national average, and now above. So we've still got a long way to go. We're behind the state average. We were behind the state average in STAR. We're behind the national average in STAR, or in NAEP. So this is going to move us closer. This is going to move us closer. And then finally, this is science. Like I said, it's ridiculously good. I think that's a word younger people use, or maybe they don't use that anymore. But it's really good, is what this chart shows. So that's the achievement percentile. And then finally, projected meets grade level and above. Again, this is not predictive, but it is progress monitoring, and it suggests a trend, and it suggests where we might fall relative to STAR. It's projected. And here's the difference between last year and this year. So we're projected relative to the other kids in the state to move up, and that's what it's projected to be there on the right-hand side. So not much higher in fourth grade math, but overall 3 points is a good movement to the right on proficiency. This is reading, not as high, still close to 3. Again, in this case, fifth grade math is only a point higher. And then science, again, this is moving. So when you look at the data, the 3 different areas, all of them are trending in a good direction. Put it all together, add the quality of instruction, and we think, the STAR results and our accountability ratings will be positive. Is it going to be positive for every single school? No, this is the aggregate of the district. The elected trustee is right. You have to also look at subgroup data, which you will get, and look at the data by school, which we have. So right now, principals are getting this. They will look at these same metrics, but for their school. So every school is a little bit different. Some schools have some things to really work on, and then others are doing well and just need to stay the course. That's it. Who has the first question?
Thank you, Superintendent. I believe I'm well versed on the frequency of the STAR exam and NWEA, the frequency of that. Can you remind me of the frequency of NAEP?
Yes, NAEP is done every 2 years, and I may have given you a little brief background on NAEP, and we had 100 schools involved, 108 schools, I believe, involved in the NAEP, and it's randomly selected, and that was done not this last month in January, but a year ago, January.
I have a question about science. So, outstanding results in science. I'm looking at this last slide. The reason you've identified these two is because those are STAR test years.
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
I didn't bring that up. Yes, these are the 2 stars, so that's why there's a correlation, between 5th and 8th. We don't have correlation for the others because there's no STAR
Did you
exam on this particular metric.
I know we don't have the broken down between PUA and NES schools information, but was there a larger improvement on science?
Yeah, I can.
From one or the other,
I can
based
tell
on-
you, when you get the results, I don't have them in front of me, but you're going to see that as the NES schools did last year, they continue to outpace the PUA schools on growth.
Sure.
The PUA schools continue to be above the NES schools on proficiency, on where their proficiency level is. And in this case, I do believe that the same thing applies in science.
And so I know you mentioned a couple of things that have been implemented with respect to curricular changes. Is that what you attribute? It's a large growth, right?
Yeah, there's 2 things. We started in the NES orbit, and in many schools that adopted the HISD curriculum, we started LSAE in science this year, meaning it's 90-minute class, the 45-minute direct instruction, 10-minute DOL, and then differentiated instruction for the rest of the period, for the rest of 30, 35 minutes. That model worked the first year for reading and math in elementary, middle, and it's working here too. Still, having said that, the PUA growth was also good in science, and that we attribute to strong curricular design and the curriculum department helping both the HISD curriculum, but others in the PUA schools to write better curriculum and lesson plans in science.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Same lines as Board Member Audrey. You know, we had challenges with reading and STAR last year. Are we confident that this change will get us to where we need to? I think our goal was 42%, we were at 40% for third grade reading STAR. How confident are you that this percentage change is going to get us to that base, for third grade reading in particular?
Yeah, so again, I feel fairly confident, but again, it's not predictive.
Right.
We have to look at all of the things surrounding it. So we feel pretty good about it, but there's other metrics that we look at when it comes to third grade, like DIBELS and fluency, or the 5 components of literacy, and the quality of instruction. So schools that are weak in their quality of instruction, I have less confidence in, and we will report out to you the IRT scores, not at a board meeting, but just a report to show you where that is. Keep in mind, too, that third grade relies heavily, because it's the first year of STAR, on our kindergarten, first and second grade program, which which I have said is not as strong as it needs to be, and we need to continue to do good work there, and we need to continue to expand our pre-K students. It is cumulative, and then all of a sudden you get a big jump from second to third grade. So I feel that there's a lot of indicators here to suggest that we're going to move the needle on third grade this year. I wouldn't go to Las Vegas and bet, my house on it.
All right. And same thing, just congratulations to you and your team for working, and the teachers, specifically the teachers, to working hard to increasing these metrics. And I appreciate what you say, Superintendent, that we haven't made it there yet. It's small increments, small changes, and so from a board perspective, the numbers that we've been given are good. Yeah.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Thank you for the information, Superintendent. I'm curious, is the RIT score scale that is on a few of these pages, what does that represent? Like I see 170 to 184. Can you tell me what that represents, please?
Yeah, it is a number that is created by NWA to put all kindergarten through 10th grade students on one scale. Mm-hmm. And it's a scale that they created. Mm-hmm. And so, there's a general proficiency level for every grade associated with the RIT score. And so if, for example, in fourth grade math, I believe a kid needs to move 12 RIT points in 1 year. Generally, that's what a kid does in fourth grade. Mm. So that's the RIT scale. So every grade level has a higher and higher RIT score that a kid is supposed to target.
Mm-hmm. And the RIT, the scale is different for every grade level. Is that what you said?
That's right.
Okay. And I'm asking that question because I know we've had conversations about, first year growth was amazing. It's going to be harder and harder to duplicate that. We'll have to rely on the knock-on effect of the pipeline of kids coming through stronger and stronger. So I'm wondering, at what point will we start looking at where we are on the RIT score scale, right? Because, again, if we start seeing a decline in growth, maybe to your point about some of the other schools, maybe that means we're closer to achievement or proficiency.
So I think you can rely on met expected growth as a measure that looks at the RIT score, because that met expected growth, like that, the chart that I showed, shows that it's tied to a RIT score. So a teacher or a student could look at their RIT score here and see if they met expected growth. So in this case, in this example, for example, this student, their met expected growth is 176, so that's 4 RIT points from their beginning. And, in the end, they need to hit 180 or 8 RIT points from their beginning score. And so I think teachers and kids look at that. We also have another metric that they can look at that I didn't talk about tonight, but it's about how many RIT points they grew in a year relative to what they're supposed to grow by the end of the year. So I think that's one measure. The point is still well taken that over time, it's not so much about growth, it's about achievement percentile. And that's why we look at both met expected growth, achievement percentile, because you can grow all you want, but if you're still at the 30th percentile, that's not competitive. And that may or may not get you into the college you want, or an industry-based certification that relies on math or engineering skills or anything like that. So we have to look at both. It's important to recognize students and teachers in schools that grow because we were behind. And so it's unfair to just say, this is your percentile and you're way behind. Well, if you're growing, we're going to close that gap over time. So you're right, we got to look at that, and the achievement percentile over time is going to become more and more important. And the meets and exceeds grade level proficiency is more and more important.
Thank you.
Well, I'm excited for our students, and writ large, I'm just elated that we've got a large number of students performing at a higher level. They're growing and learning, and that makes a big difference in their how they feel about everything. And so it's an exciting time for a large swath of our population. We've gotten some numbers from now NAEP, the Nation's Scorecard. We've got numbers from NWEA and MAP, and they're telling us that the numbers are improving. And we've been a district for a while that has been behind, and we're catching up. And I'm excited about that for our students, our parents, our teachers and staff. And so I raise a glass to each of you all in the leadership team, as well as to the teachers and the students who are doing the hard work on the ground. It's a testament to what has been installed. And now I think we have to really stay focused on growth and sustainability of that growth and closing those achievement gaps as well. But what I'm seeing is just, this is one of the times where I'm seeing all boats rise, and it's not just Black students or just Hispanic or just Asian. It's seemingly all students are doing much better. And so I just leave you with that. And look for and hope for and pray for, and that we continue to ensure long-term success for every student in HISD.
Thank you for raising that, Board Member Vaughn, because this is hard work. And, this means our teachers and our principals are really, doing the work that they need to do to help our kids, and that the kids are applying themselves. And just anecdotally, there's lots of stories of when the NWA test is given, we have lots and lots of stories of kids turning to their teacher and said, I grew 12 RIT points, I grew 20 RIT points. And, and they may not know what a RIT means, but they knew what their target was. So what the divisions did this last NWA, in most classrooms, students had a piece of paper that showed where they were at the beginning of the year and where their target was based on the NWA. And, and then they get their score right away. Students get their score almost immediately, within minutes. The school will get theirs within 24 hours, and the district gets theirs within 48. And then we have to, we get so many data points, we have to put it together. But a kid will know, hey, I did this in science. And there was lots of celebrations, and teachers too.
who are really excited about what their kids did, because they know, they can see what the target is, and then they can see what their kids did. So thank you for raising that. Again, there's so much work to do, but it's good to just stop and say, the kids did well on this exam. They got a lot more to do, yes, but you know what? For a moment, let's just celebrate.
Anybody else? Well, I just finished then. Long-term success requires small successes all the time, or you can never get to long-term success. So I only have two words. One is, this is a word I would use instead of the one you were using, and my word would be awesome. And my second word would be congratulations. Great job. I think you have another presentation now, Teachers Excellence.
Yes, sir, we do. And if you don't mind, I will call up Alyssa Murray to do the Teacher Excellence System. We're going to switch computers here. Do you need this? You got yours. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
You okay with this mic, right? Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. And I will have some sound.
It should work. Okay. Perfect. It should work. Okay. No guarantee, but it should work.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. All right, are you all ready? Okay. Thank you all so much for giving me the opportunity to share a little bit more about TES, the Teacher Excellence System, which is the new teacher evaluation system we're proposing for implementation starting in the fall. And you all will have a chance to vote on this initiative in March. So we wanted to just take the time to make sure you all had some information, hear what we've been doing, and where we've come to now. I want to start by just anchoring us in why we started this work. And I'm going to read a couple of quotes here. The quality of the teacher is the single most important school-based influence on a student's academic achievement. No district can significantly improve academic achievement or student success if it does not know who is teaching effectively and if it does not have at least some degree of accountability for teaching effectively. When I read this, the point is clear to me. When we think about moving the needle for our kids, you all have seen a lot of results today. The successes that our kids achieve are because of our teachers. It's because of the work that they're doing in the classroom every single day. And so we have to have an evaluation system that recognizes those teachers and ensures that we know who they are, right? And that we're supporting them along the way. We're engaging in whole-scale systemic reform, as you know. You've heard about these 6 levers before from Superintendent Miles, and you'll notice that evaluation and accountability is a critical part of whole-scale systemic reform. I want to just pause and note here that for us, evaluation is our opportunity to really clearly define what success looks like for teaching at HISD. Right? It's our bar, it's clarity. And you know, another quote I'll just read, if teacher evaluation is disconnected from or has little meaning to the rest of the system, then that misalignment will cause dysfunction throughout the entire district, right? So we have to have a bar for our teachers and a clear expectations that align with the work we do all year round, right? The work we do with instructional strategies and practices, high quality instructional materials, coaching, support. We have to make sure that evaluation is part of that system and aligned. So when we started this work,
we had a clear charge. We wanted to build a locally designed teacher evaluation system. And this is something that many districts in the state of Texas have done. And this system needs to define what teaching excellence looks like at HISD in two primary ways. One, it has to remain anchored in student outcomes. Has to be anchored in student outcomes, student growth, student achievement, and also the quality of instruction happening in our classrooms. And second, it has to be a system that reinforces what we do every day at HISD and what we believe. So I want to start with just sharing two kind of anchoring pieces of information that we took when we started building out this system. First, right away from the beginning, we said we're going to hold the strengths of the current evaluation system. We currently evaluate teachers using t-tests. We're going to hold the strengths of that system constant in this new system. So you can see this is our current t-test system. We currently evaluate teachers based on student achievement and quality of instruction, and that will never change. Those are the most important pieces. We also made some very clear commitments to you all. Through the DAC, through a lot of collaboration, you all passed the District of Innovation Plan in December of 2023. And in the District of Innovation Plan, it very clearly lays out our marching orders on this particular initiative. We promised and we committed to community input, collaboration, relying on evidence-based practices, hearing from teachers and leaders and having them be the ones driving this work. And it's been a very, big honor for me to be able to lead out on that work with our teachers and our leaders. So I'm excited to share kind of how we've done that. So this slide just kind of goes over the timeline of where we've been and where we're going. I'll highlight a couple of things here. After the DOI was approved, we began our research, scoping, started talking with the DAC. A big highlight was in August of this past year when we kicked off the Trailblazer program. We realized really early on that building this system would require a lot of really detailed feedback. The devil's really in the details with these types of systems. So we wanted to have a group of campuses who could really be, frankly, our advisory board. We needed people to tell us really straight, really directly what's happening on the ground and how we can make it better. So we asked all principals, we gave them the opportunity to opt in to becoming a Trailblazer campus, which just meant that they had to commit to giving up a few hours of their month as a principal to come meet with us, view drafts of certain things, give us feedback, and they had to commit to allowing their teachers to be involved in that as well. We have a monthly teacher group, Trailblazer group as well. And that has just been an incredible program. We've really, really gone deep with these people, and their feedback has directly led to changes for the TES, but also changes we've already made for this year. So I thank them so much. A couple other highlights. In November, we gave a district-wide survey about teacher evaluations. We're able to hear from a majority of teachers and leaders. And then in December, we launched our TES trainer program. In the last year and a half, we've realized sometimes it's really hard to get clear messages to reach teachers. We want to make sure that they have the right information, accurate information, clarity, they get their questions answered. And it's hard for them to not necessarily have someone they know and trust already that they can reach out to if they have questions. A teacher might not email me, although some do, which is great. But I think they would prefer to ask somebody they already know. So what we said was we're going to have one person at every single campus be a TES trainer. They're going to meet with us every single month and get intensive training on the system, and then go back to their campus and redeliver that message, hear feedback from their teachers, pass that feedback on to us, and repeat that cycle every month. So we started that program in December, and that's been really successful and phenomenal for us. In January, a couple of highlights. Teachers had their first TES talk on their campus, which is where the TES trainer comes and gives a TES talk. And we had 100% of campuses engage in that process, and we read every single word of feedback, and that was really helpful. Our SDMCs, so our campus shared decision-making committees, 100% of them met and voted on a draft framework. And also our DAC gave recommendations, and based on the majority opinion from the SDMC and the DAC, we released our first draft a few weeks ago. That was very exciting because we can directly say that we went with the majority opinion of what teachers and leaders and community members wanted. This month, we've continued with our cycle. We have SDMCs and DAC giving more feedback on our first draft. We meet with the DAC next week. We've engaged in teacher focus groups. We've had about 40 so far and have a few more next week. And we will be releasing our final draft in a few weeks in advance of our board vote in March. I've talked about this, but just to reiterate and emphasize a little bit, we did have 9,028 teachers and leaders who completed our survey, which we were really, really happy about because we can't say that people have completed a survey if we didn't have a high enough participation rate, right? So we were excited about that. I mentioned already 100% of our campuses engaged in the SDMCs and the TES talks. And the SDMCs and the DAC members made the final recommendation for our first draft. That's about 3,000 people coming together, creating a majority vote on the framework. I want to actually take a second to just say thank you to the people who have led this work, which I've had the honor of partnering with. So if you all would be okay with it, I'd like to share just a quick video and kind of peek allow you guys to see behind the hood and hear how this has been happening.
Hi, teachers and leaders. We are so grateful for you all and your support developing our proposed teacher excellence system. After months of listening, refining, and working alongside you all, we are standing at the threshold of something truly transformative for HISD educators.
I'm excited to learn about the new teacher excellence system. We're able to ask questions, we're able to retrieve information, discuss it, make suggestions, and give plenty of feedback. We're able to take these things back to our campus and have talks with our teachers, and then they ask questions, and then we submit even more feedback. So this is a holistic process. Everybody is involved.
I feel more trust in what we're doing because I feel like the accountability is really going across the board, and it feels like they really are taking into account our voice as teachers. The transparency makes me feel more trust in this system.
Teachers have input not just with this process, but also what's happening on campus. They're not just being told what to do. They have a voice. This process is not only happening, in the larger schools, but it's happening from smaller schools up to schools that have, lots of students.
These sessions are making me feel more comfortable in us bringing this to the board and saying, hey, next year we're going to have a really good evaluation system. The teacher excellence system that was developed by teachers, by evaluators, by campus administrators in a way that was very transparent in order for us to feel confident about what we're doing at our campuses and bring forth that change, because at the end of the day, we're all here for the betterment of our students and our communities, and we're only going to be able to do that through collaboration. And I think that's what the big takeaway is from today and all of these sessions.
From the start, our goal has been clear: to build an evaluation system that is outcomes-focused, fair, and truly supportive of teachers.
What an honor to serve as the voice and shape the way teachers are evaluated in a year.
It's very important to have the input of the teachers, because we're the ones in the classroom and we're the ones that know the kids best than anybody else.
All of us working together, we want to help the kids, and it's important that every voice is being heard and included, and that everybody is, very important in that part.
To every teacher who has filled out a survey, participated in a focus group, asked a question in a town hall, or engaged in a TES talk, thank you. Your voices have shaped where we are now, and your continued feedback will ensure that TES remains a system that serves, supports, and celebrates teachers.
thanks really goes to them, so. All right, I just want to now kind of share a little bit about where we are today. So we released our first draft on January 23rd, and as I mentioned, the framework in the first draft was chosen based on the majority recommendation from the SDMC and the DAC. And since then, teachers have received a number of different resources and, like I mentioned, have had that campus session with their TES trainer. Those go until tomorrow, so if any teacher's wondering and they haven't had theirs yet, it might happen tomorrow. But that's an opportunity to learn more, ask questions, and provide more feedback. And then I just want to highlight a couple of the big innovations that you'll see in the first draft that will continue into the final draft that you will receive as well. So the first big area is this idea of recognizing the teacher's work outside the classroom. Our T-test system currently celebrates student achievement, quality of instruction. We know there's a lot more to what makes an effective teacher. It's a complicated thing to be a really effective teacher, right? And so one of our pieces we've really been excited about is building our HISD specific planning and professionalism rubric. And we've done that with our teachers. All SDMCs right now are reviewing every single word and giving us any last feedback on it. But this rubric actually lays out the HISD specific needs to make sure that teachers are prepared to teach effectively in the classroom. We know teachers spend a lot of time outside of classroom preparing for their lessons. And we want to honor that by giving them points in their evaluation for that. Additionally, the Distinguished Teacher Review is a way for us to specifically recognize our top 20% of teachers. What we find is typically the teachers who are driving student outcomes, having amazing lessons, are also the teachers who are staying after school, tutoring kids, volunteering on the weekends for sports, clubs, all of these other items. And we want to make sure that those teachers are celebrated for that. So the Distinguished Teacher process is a way for us to give essentially extra points in the evaluation for those folks. The second big innovation is just ensuring a calibrated evaluator for every single teacher. So we've been using the spot form since the beginning of Mr. Miles' time at HISD. And through this process, I think we've had a lot of successes, but we have a lot of areas as well that we want to improve on with the TES system. So first, in a system this large, 273 schools, no matter how well we train, no matter how clear our division chiefs are, we know there are going to be some moments where someone doesn't operate with superintendent's intent. We know there's going to be times where a teacher experiences something unfair. And we know that's real and that's true and that's valid. And so with TES, we've added a very streamlined process for teachers to elevate any concerns that they're having with their evaluation. Additionally, we've heard a lot of feedback around the number of spot observations that are being done in the teacher's classroom. It is super important that teachers receive coaching all the time. However, it doesn't necessarily need to come with a score every single day of the month, right? That is overwhelming, that is exhausting. So we've actually set a maximum number of spots per teacher at 4 per month. And we know there were some teachers who were getting far more than that. Additionally, with the TES evaluator certification training and assessment, we will actually be requiring all TES evaluators next year to prove that they are calibrated on the spot form and that they can evaluate a teacher's classroom fairly to give teachers a fair, equitable experience. They have to be able to pass that certification to be an evaluator under the TES system. And lastly, we know there's a need for more resources. People want to see exemplars. What does a 15 look like? What does a 14 look like? What does success look like in an IB classroom? What does it look like in a special education inclusion class? So we're working on building that video library and resources as well. Third, we're thinking about valuing a teacher's contribution to campus level goals. So based on the majority opinion, we've added campus action plan into the teacher evaluation system. And let me just talk about what that is really briefly. Right now, principals at the beginning of the year draft an action plan for their campus. These are the specific goals that they want their campus to reach and achieve by the end of the year. It could be that at their school, they need to work on staff culture, or they need to work on serving a specific population of students, or they really need to work on, a particular subject or something like that. So the principal works with their executive director to draft this action plan, and then at the end of the year, depending on how they do on the action plan, if they meet their goals that they set out to achieve, they receive points for that action plan on their principal evaluation. Now, teachers at their campus will get those exact same points. And actually, research shows that when folks are held accountable to a collective goal, when everyone's working towards something common, it's more likely that that goal is achieved, right? So this is good for our teachers, good for our kids. And then lastly, measuring growth and achievement for all subjects. We already measure growth and achievement pretty well for a majority of our teachers, but for our Group F teachers, who a lot of times are our elective teachers or any teacher without a national, state, or locally normed assessment, they currently write their own metrics for student achievement. And that just creates a lot of equity issues, a lack of clarity. It's hard to know what the best way to write a metric is if you're, a fourth grade art teacher. And so what we're doing is we're building a menu of indicators. Those are deep in focus groups right now. We've had focus groups with, the art teachers, the PE teachers, the CTE teachers, everyone who's going to be on this menu to get their feedback. And then next year we will say, okay, here's a list of approved metrics. Work with your appraiser. Choose the one that makes the most sense for you. So that is really all I have to say. I want to turn it over to some folks who are a lot closer to the work than I am. They're on the ground doing this every day. And these are from my trusted advisor group, my Trailblazers. So we have Principal Gutierrez from Herrera Elementary and Val Keith Winters from Milby High School. And they're just going to say a few words.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for your time. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity, and Alyssa and her team for coming up with this idea of the Trailblazer Committee. And the way I'm going to take you back to the beginning, it was at a principal's meeting, and she spoke about it, and I said, this is a perfect opportunity. I am a first-year proud principal at Herrera in the north, and so I said, you know what? This is a great way for me to get my staff involved and invested. And so I signed up and I pitched the idea to them, and I gave them the opportunity to, voice, and they said, let's do it. This is the time. Why not have our voice heard? And so every time there was a meeting, I would gather the information, take it back to my team. We would talk about it in PLCs. Everyone had the opportunity to voice, to share, and to give feedback. No excuse as to why this didn't happen or I didn't have the opportunity, because you did. Right now at this current time, we have a ton of focus groups going on, and so I took that focus group list and I sent it out to my staff. So I encouraged them, hey, you're part of the team, the teachers that operate under an SLO, so you need to go to this focus group and share your concerns, anything, ideas, and it's just been an awesome opportunity. One of the things that my team has truly enjoyed is giving that feedback, and also having our teacher Trailblazer. She also attends meetings, and so if they didn't feel comfortable sharing any feedback with me, Ms. Velasquez, our Trailblazer teacher, was there to serve as that teacher to bring back that feedback.
Good afternoon. How you doing today? I am Val Keith Winters. This makes my 25th year as an educator. So, yes, my principal did, she was like, hey, I have something that you'll be very interested in. And I was like, okay, I jumped on in. But once again, 25 years, you're a little nervous because I have been to so many meetings where they say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and it does not happen. But this one was different. We went into this meeting, they said you can be yourself. You don't have to agree with everything that's going to happen inside of this room. We're going to have some going back and forth. And it happened like that. But when I went back to my campus, the things that we talked about in the meeting, it showed on campus. So if we put together a survey, the exact survey that we voted on, it was actually on my campus now. And I was like, wait, that never happened. I've been in a lot of meetings. That has never happened. So this Trailblazer committee is actually making things happen, and we're actually going in the right direction. And I know that we're taking it step by step by step, but if y'all can just continue to work with her and keep pushing her, y'all gonna see some great things going on.
They're amazing. Thank you so much. That's all really we have for you guys. We will be releasing the final draft in a few weeks, and you guys will get it. You'll be able to review it, and then be able to vote on it in March. So that's all I have for y'all, and I'd love to take any questions.
Great job. I was fortunate enough to attend a Trailblazer session, and it was just the way they described it. It was collaborative. There were lots of different opinions, and they created a great space and a safe space for people to say, no, I don't like this, or no, I don't like that. And then they came together, and it was really special seeing all those folks do that. Questions?
I don't have a question, more of a thank you. Thank you for collaborating with those that matter, those that are going to be in some way impacted, in a very big way with this. That's important. And thank you for bringing them to us so that we could hear firsthand what they're experiencing. And I love, Val Keith, I think that's his name. I love what he said about kind of been there, done that.
Yeah.
Never happens. And the fact that this is truly happening, I can see the excitement in both of them that what they're doing and the time that they're spending on this committee is really coming to fruition. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just blown away by the engagement and the collaboration and the fact that this is best practice, but also you're building culture at the same time. So I want to name out what we're kind of feeling, and I really appreciate you taking methodology and systems and people and using this as an opportunity to build culture for all of us, like with the community, with our campuses, and to get some positive excitement. Just really, really excited for the teachers and for us. Thank you.
Yeah, just to echo Board Member Angie, I work in an organization with 27,000 employees, and every time we roll out something, it's important to get stakeholder feedback. This is a perfect example of collaborative stakeholder engagement that I love seeing in our district. Going forward, let's continue the momentum to making sure that we engage the most important individuals in the areas that they're being impacted. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that one point in particular around let's continue this, because I think we've felt the same way. Through this, we've actually had a couple things pop up that are kind of related to TES, but actually kind of not, but are really good pieces of feedback, and we've been able to connect the Trailblazers and some of our other teachers with the right people in central office to give feedback. And we're hoping to continue this TES trainer program, because we have to make sure that what happens on the ground implementation-wise is what we designed, right?
Thank you. I'll echo all of this. I think one thing that I hope you can raise up a bit is as parents and guardians of and caretakers of our students in the community, this might not necessarily make a lot of sense.
Sure.
What would you like them to take away from this to provide some reassurance as we transition towards this?
Sure. That's a really great question. I think a couple of things. First, I would want parents to know that this new system
is a system that is designed to provide clarity to teachers about how to best ensure their students succeed, right? It clearly lays out the growth we want to see, the quality of instruction we want to see, and it has systems in place for us to monitor and make sure that's happening. So this is a system that not only defines this, but through the monitoring processes and the support processes and the coaching processes, ensures that kids do directly benefit. The other thing I'll say to parents is, we're still building off of what's already been done with T-tests, right? So you saw that, I think we've made some great innovations and improvements, but there isn't going to be a shift in terms of focus on outcomes and quality of instruction. That's not going to change. And then lastly, I would just tell parents that we've made sure to do our homework and ask the people who this is going to be impacted by. We have parents who serve on SDMCs who've had a chance to vote on this and really get in the weeds on this. So I hope that reassures folks as well.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. This was a good presentation. I think, just like my colleagues, we're so excited to see the collaboration. And I have a few questions. I was looking up my school's SDMC notes on this when I was like, oh, okay, they talked about it. And so I'm wondering how, it looks like we got 3,000 recommendations, I think was the number, 3,000 members, SDMC and DAC members made recommendations on the framework. How did we incorporate their recommendations? What did we do? What things bubbled up that we, addressed?
Yeah.
Just, can you take us through that a little bit?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I actually might go back to this slide because actually almost everything that is on this slide came from things that people said. One thing that bubbled up a lot is there are expectations on teachers outside of the classroom. And so when the SDMC feedback we've gotten so far is that we actually asked them, do you want us to use the current T-test? T-test has a similar sort of rubric. We asked them, do you want to use that rubric or this rubric? And a majority said they wanted us to design our own. So that's one thing. I think something that bubbles up is the experience with the SPOT form. And so I think what I've heard from SDMCs and from teachers is not that teachers don't want feedback. I truly believe that they do. I've heard that from them. I've met and seen teachers who are super hungry for growth. It's about how it's been implemented sometimes, and just making sure that every teacher has a fair experience the way it's supposed to be designed. And so, we had to kind of realize, hey, we can train and we can hope and our division chiefs work constantly. They're in classrooms, they're in schools every single day, trying to make sure that what we train on is what happens. But, we can't guarantee that that's always going to be the case. So this elevation process is something that came directly from them. The maximum number of spots, that came directly from them. The certification program, they've given us a ton of feedback on. I'll give you an example. The Trailblazers, like a lot of our teachers, have raised some items around the SPOT. And, in office academics, we do some work on the SPOT forum, we collaborate, but it's really something that's really led by chief of schools and the division teams as well. So we actually asked Chief Massey to come and listen to the Trailblazer teachers. And she sat for an hour and listened to all their feedback, and there was a lot of it. And she actually then used what they said to make a training that she delivered to principals 2 or 3 weeks ago, which is around how do you use emotional intelligence and how, as a coach, are you actually someone's champion and someone's supporter when you're giving them feedback. And one idea she said really stuck out to me, which was you have to walk into an interaction with the people you work with believing that they will be the best teacher that they can be for kids. And if that's not how you're treating our teachers, that is not aligned with superintendent intent, right? So I think some of those pieces have bubbled up already and started to even just highlight and elevate trainings that we need to do to support others. So those are just a couple examples.
That's huge, thank you. Along those same lines of training, just thinking personally, sometimes whoever's evaluating me, it's always nice to know how they are looking at me or how they've been trained or what they, so I'm wondering, are the video library and additional resources going to be available for even teachers or folks who
100%.
are not going through the certification so they can just get smart on expectations?
Yes, I mean, I think that's, like you said, it's only fair.
Okay.
Right? That makes sense. People need to know what success looks like. They deserve that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Can I piggyback off of? Sure. So I'm going to piggyback off of Board Member Cassandra's comments and asking how you incorporated those comments of the 3,000 folks and the recommendations. For me, the one that was most eye-opening, I mean, all of it is incredible, but when you said there's only going to be 4 spot observations, I know how big a ship this is that we're trying to turn around and the magnitude of it. And I know that we stood steadfast on those spot observations, like, this is what we need to do. But that also now, from the recommendations and the collaborations, shows me that the administration is willing to listen to those that it is affecting and impacting, because I was wowed by that. So I appreciate that, and I think to Board Member Cassandra's ask about the recommendations shows that you guys are listening and that you've made changes in what we're doing and how we're doing it. So just thank you for that.
Any more questions? Good. Superintendent, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, President Campo. And just to close, thank you for showing the team and I think the board and the public and the staff just got a glimpse of all the work that's been going on. It's just a glimpse. And you have a lot of people working hard on this, but none harder than you. I just wanted to thank you personally for everything you do. And you got so many other responsibilities, but this has been not just a labor of love, but just very well done. Thank you, Melissa. Oh, Alyssa.
Okay, so we will now move to the remaining speakers, beginning with those who are in person for both of the agenda. Well, we've done the agenda items. We're going to do hearing from the community now. What's that? Oh. Okay, it looks like we probably need to recess for about 5 minutes for a few, maybe 10. So we'll be back in a second.
Thank you, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
We were all sneaking out of here anyway,
Yeah,
so I
okay.
figured we'd
All right. I know. Lost my. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. The meeting resumes at 7:59. I understand, so we're going to hear from the registered speakers, beginning with those who are in person for both the agenda and the hearing from the community. They will follow by speakers on Zoom. We're going to call the speakers to the microphone in groups, beginning with speakers number 1 through 10. We have seats in the front reserved for the next group of speakers, so please occupy those seats if you're up next. And please state your full name before beginning your remarks. And we do have some students that are here that are going to speak as well, and we'll bring them up first. So, Ms. Smith, would you go ahead and start?
We'll hear Archer Walter and Rose Walter, followed by their parent, Ellen Walter.
There was no better place than school. Art, math, science, and social studies are all part of school. But ever since you, Mike Miles, came around, all you have is trouble. I mean, firing librarians, principals, and janitors. Go home. Miles, you shouldn't be proud of what you've done to our schools. So say it with me. No trust, no bond. Really? No? Wait, really? Why can no one say it with me? Why did no one say it with me?
You just did it too fast, that's it. Okay, good job. Okay.
Go ahead and pull the mic towards her a little bit. There you go. All right.
Yeah.
Dear Mike Miles,
Dear Mike Miles,
I want you to stop firing librarians.
I want you to stop firing librarians. And fire you instead.
I'm Richard, and I want you to get our librarians back to business.
I'm Archer, and I want you to get our librarians to business again.
Librarians should get back to work and even read to us.
Librarians should get back to work and even read to us.
There we go. Good job.
Thank you very much. You did great.
Walter, go ahead.
Or do you want me to just wait until the end?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go. You registered to speak as well? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Archer. Okay. The 100th day of school has come and gone, and my children haven't been able to visit a librarian during that time. That's 100 days that used to be filled with a librarian that encouraged them to check out a book in English and Spanish every time they visited. The librarian, Mr. Barrios, was so wonderful that he instilled a love of reading, and my now second grader is testing at a 98th percentile in both languages. He's gone now, and my kindergartner only knows him because he's just a school parent now. That's 100 days of fear for the teachers who never know when they'll be observed or berated. It never should have taken a year and a half to get a max of 4 scored observations per teachers per month. That's still too much. Let our teachers teach. Let our kids have books. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings to everyone on the board. My name is Ms. Blackwell, and I was addressing agenda item number 5 about the schools that had the low star test scores, considering them becoming an NES. And I'm saying that is not the solution. If this school becomes an NES, other schools, they're going to experience being in classrooms longer time. They're going to have less restroom breaks. It's just longer school hours, and it's just a rigorous curriculum. My suggestion is smaller classroom sizes, more teachers' aides in the classroom, and definitely not having longer school hours. So, in conclusion, the schools with the lower star test scores, NES is not the solution. Just try to give them all the support and love they need, but no more NES. Thank you.
Thank you.
If speakers 1 through 10 could please come to the front row. Is Carmen Nuncio here? Ms. Nuncio? She's not here anymore? Okay. Emily Schmidt, you're next.
My name is Emily Schmidt. It has come to my attention that some teachers at Bel Air High School are socially transitioning children without parental consent. When Principal Michael Neagley was asked by parents to stop, he said that he does not have the power to tell teachers what to do. My school socially transitioned me without my parents' knowledge or consent. This caused my delusions to worsen, leading me further down a path of anxiety, depression, and self-hatred, as well as creating an emotional separation from my loving parents. The repercussions of this has left lasting impacts on my adult life. As someone who has firsthand experience of this, I urge you to do the right thing and stop using our schools to socially transition children into another gender. It is wrong to teach children that the only way to be happy is by cutting off healthy body parts. No child is born in the wrong body, and no child should be made to feel this way by teachers at Bel Air High School.
Thank you.
Michelle Williams, followed by Fred Woods, Denise Bell, and Kathy Beasley.
Michelle Williams, Houston Education Association. I want to talk about the targeted improvement plans. I have been emailing you all week, so you all will have heard it before. Read the emails. The schools that generally do well in Domain 3 are not doing well anymore. Hence your comment about historical data. Look up the data of those NES schools, Ms. Flowers. So I'm asking you all to vote no on the targeted improvement plans. NES is experimental, it's not research-based. And I've sent to you, all of you all, the TEA guidelines for these targeted improvement plans. TES focus groups, I've already been to 2 of them. The TES system is horrible. What this lady failed to tell you all, that spot observation form constantly changes. It just changed in December, and she put out a video, oh, your evaluations are still valid. That's called procedural.
Thank you.
Fred Woods, followed by Denise Bell, Kathy Beasley, Christy Brewster, Lorena Dalton. Denise Bell.
Hi, my name is Denise Bell. I'm a mom of 4. I've had a child in HISD before. I'm also the chapter chair for Moms for Liberty Harris County, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of a parent in HISD. These are her words. My youngest daughter is now a junior at Bel Air High School. Within the last 2 years, we were shocked to learn that the high school was actively socially transitioning our daughter by calling her by a different name and pronouns. On the first day of 9th grade, my daughter's theater teacher sent home an information sheet for us to fill out. The second line of the sheet asked for her pronouns. Multiple teachers started calling her by a different name and pronouns. One teacher even went as far as to cross out my daughter's legal name that she had written on her paper and write her chosen name in red ink. This occurred without our knowledge and certainly without our consent. This goes against our Christian faith, the advice of her therapist, and quite frankly, common sense. We met with her teachers, counselors, and the principal to no avail. HISD is purposely and secretively transitioning minors without...
Thank you.
My name is Kathy Beasley. I think everyone who speaks at these meetings can agree that we are screaming into the wind. We don't labor under the misapprehension that this unelected board will see our point of view and vote in any meaningful way to slow down this out-of-control train. We're here because we love our community and school district and public education in general. I'm not sure if any of you even believe what is being said about the improvement of test scores within the district. You control the narrative. You are the player, the coach, and the referee. This disheartening lack of accountability is insulting to the taxpayers of Houston, the appointed board and superintendent, are undemocratic, just as the suspension of the North Side 45 is undemocratic. To protest is American, and we will continue to do so and applaud the parents and students who speak out. We are undeterred in our commitment to save this school district. You are the Philistines, and we are David.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christy Michelle Brewster, retired school nurse. I see that you all are going to adopt a resolution to pay the employees that missed work on our recent winter storm, which I'm sure is standard. Good job. But I'm really here to thank the stand-in superintendent, Mayor John Whitmire, for facilitating the closing of schools during this recent winter storm. I wonder what it would look like if we had more facilitating as such. As a former school nurse of Davis, now Northside High School, I too stand in solidarity for those Panthers, Northside 45. Wonder would we have this sinister chaos if we had possibly, Mayor, listen to me, Mayor Whitmire, a municipal school district. Things that make you go,
Lorena Dalton, followed by Gina Richards and Dr. Denise Wilborn.
Hello, I'm Lorena Dalton. I'm a first-time speaker here on behalf of my fourth grade daughter at Wharton Dual Language Academy to formally request the resignation, reassignment, or termination of Principal Veronica Celedon because her poor leadership, lack of transparency, and her disregard for students and staff cannot continue. Our once thriving school has rapidly declined. In just 5 months, 9 staff members, including experienced administrators and teachers, have left due to a toxic work environment causing stress and anxiety for staff, students, and parents. Also, 13 families have left. More will leave if she remains beyond the school year. We need to keep our and restore trust and stability through
Thank you.
change. Our children and educators
Ma'am, thank you. Your time is up.
leader who fosters supportive and respectful functional learning environment.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
Gina Richards, you're next, followed by the next 10 speakers. Could you please move to the front row?
Good evening. I'm Gina Richards on part of Southeast Texas Brown Berets. Obviously, y'all know what that is and what that stands for. Who is my question? Who is this for? All through this meeting, I'm hearing numbers and jargon, and over 200,000 schools in poverty neighborhoods have no libraries. But the well-off schools have libraries and access and beautiful state-of-the-art schools. What about the barrios? What about 4th, 5th Ward, 2nd Ward? What about those schools, huh? Where are our resources for our children? Or are we just not good enough for your numbers up there? I don't got all these big words to use up here. I didn't have some PhD college diploma. I'm a human. All these people behind you, listen to them. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Dr. Wilborn, followed by Melissa Yarborough, Karina Quesada, and Jessica Campos.
Dr. Denise Livings Wilborn. It was interesting to hear just a few minutes ago about the TES that there's going to be a high bar of accountability for the teachers. I've been in a classroom. They're there. And I'm trusting That also means there's going to be a high bar of accountability for the superintendent and for every one of you. But I do want to congratulate you on your remarkable evaluation score. You got 66.7 out of 100. Wow. According to the HISD, Federal and State Compliance Grading and Report Card webpage, it's on y'all's website, because you were under 70, you earned an F.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hmm?
Hello. First of all, stop suspending kids for their free speech. Clear that from those students' records, and you owe them an apology. The current interventions don't work, secondly, and neither does the bad leadership put in place to enforce them. One example is the principal at Wharton, Dr. Veronica Celedon. She is not a real leader. Students deserve a real leader. Real leaders don't divide, put down, humiliate. They don't ruin a successful campus. Real leaders don't have teachers, nurses, and even their own assistant fleeing for safety from their toxicity. Real leaders don't stand firm in their bad decisions despite negative fallout. Real leaders aren't constantly acting bigger than they are just to protect their ego. Real leaders don't put down their subordinates to kiss up to their superiors. Real leaders listen, learn, own mistakes, and improve. Wharton students, parents, and staff have had enough and want a real leader. Fire Dr. Celedon, and while you're at it, fire Mike Miles.
I'm here in support of the 45 Northside students who were wrongfully suspended for participating in the walkout. We should be encouraging our youth to be civically engaged and speak out when they see something is morally wrong, not punishing them. Suspension is a level 4 offense in the Student Code of Conduct. Walkouts aren't even listed. The closest offense is interfering with school authorities or programs to include boycotts, sit-ins, or trespassing. The students didn't engage in any of that, but punishing them for boycotts or sit-ins sounds like a violation of their rights. An article stated a small group of students were disruptive to the learning environment. That's a level 1 offense. The consequence is not suspension. TASB says schools should look to their attendance and truancy policies when determining consequences for students who miss class due to walkouts. Remember Tinker versus Des Moines. The First Amendment does not stop at the schoolhouse gate. Shame on y'all for not creating policy to protect our kids from the violence being inflicted on our community by ICE.
Thank you.
Jessica Campos. Would the next speakers please move to the front, number 15 through 25? Maria Soto, Mindon Tran, Deidira Arellano, and Diana Candida.
Buenas noches a todos. Esta tarde vengo con mucho pesar. Es increíble lo que la pobreza del liderazgo de una persona puede lograr en una escuela o en muchas en el Distrito Escolar de Houston. Érase una vez la escuela Wharton Dual Language Academy, donde el excelente liderazgo del equipo administrativo y sus maestros lograron que la escuela sea lo que es hoy en día, ranqueada A y de alto desempeño.
I come to you today with great sadness. It's unbelievable what poor leadership can do to a school, to a district. Once upon a time in Wharton, it was filled with an excellent team and teachers and administrators, and because of one person, strike that, it was such that we had an A rating, the highest level achievement as defined by the Independent.
Se necesitan años para construir una reputación y segundos para destruirla.
It truly takes years to build a good reputation and only seconds to destroy it.
Y así, en tan solo 6 meses, la nueva directora conmocionó nuestra comunidad con su incapacidad de liderazgo y su pobre gestión, promoviendo un ambiente laboral negativo y no saludable, socavando la confianza y la moral.
Sadly, in just 6 months under the direction of the new principal, it shook our community. Her incompetent leadership, her poor leadership skills promote an unhealthy, unsafe work environment, undermining moral and trust.
Hemos perdido 13 estudiantes en Wharton, una cifra sin precedentes. Además, perdimos 8 miembros del personal y tenemos 1 en licencia administrativa.
We've lost 13 students and 9 of them just in unprecedented numbers. We've lost 8 members and 1 of them in administrative hold.
Nosotros somos mamás y papás. No tenemos intereses escondidos y vamos a seguir insistiendo hasta que seamos escuchados. No vamos a permanecer más en silencio. Nuestra escuela, nuestros maestros y nuestros niños.
We're parents. These are our children, our teachers. We don't have a hidden agenda. We will not be silent. Our schools, our teachers, our children.
Thank you.
Mindon Tran, followed by Deirdre Ariano, Diana Candida, Camille Bro.
Hi, Mindon Tran. I stand with the Northside 45. I'm a certified teacher with over 15 years experience teaching upper-level sciences, including physics and AP physics. I stand before you profoundly dismayed at the implementation of the new education system. It's a program that disproportionately targets our district's most vulnerable communities. It's no coincidence that the 37 schools identified for NES are predominantly in neighborhoods serving low-income families and communities of color. The conversion of libraries into detention centers and worksheet factories represents a troubling shift away from genuine learning environments. The mandatory scripted curriculum strips teachers of their professional expertise, and the questionable art of thinking courses are simply a joke. While Superintendent Miles touts NES as a solution to test scores, this approach sacrifices authentic learning for superficial metrics. Let's be clear, this isn't about student success. It's about controlling our most marginalized communities. Vote no on item 5.
Thank you.
Estoy aquí representando más de 200 personas que firmaron una petición exigiendo que se renuncie la suspensión y que se remueva la suspensión de los récords de los estudiantes que ellos mismos respetaron lo que es la protesta y la libre expresión en la escuela de Northside High School. La carta dice a ustedes, nos solidarizamos con los 45 estudiantes de Northside High School, suspendidos por
Point of
ejercer
privilege.
su derecho
President Kempo.
a la
Yes, can we have a
protesta
translator?
pacífica.
Thank you. She's coming. Do you need a translator too? Right?
Ella puede traducir después de que yo termine.
Okay.
¿Puedo empezar de nuevo? Porque usted me
Go
interrumpió.
ahead.
La carta dice, nos solidarizamos con los 45 estudiantes de Northside High School suspendidos por ejercer su derecho a la protesta pacífica. Estos estudiantes se pronunciaron en contra de las políticas que dañan a las comunidades de inmigrantes y castigarlos por su compromiso cívico es injusto. Instamos a los líderes de Houston HISD a rescindir estas suspensiones y apoyar los derechos de los estudiantes. Northside High School ha defendido durante mucho tiempo la libre expresión y le pedimos que continúe esta tradición con empatía y justicia. En lugar de acciones punitivas, los recursos deberían invertirse en educación y no en la aplicación de la ley de inmigración impulsada por el miedo. Proteger a los estudiantes de las interrupciones
Your time is up. We need to wrap it up.
Eliminar las suspensiones y apoyar a nuestros estudiantes. I can read it.
Go ahead.
I'm here, not representing myself, but delivering a petition signed by over 200 people that stand in solidarity with Northside 45 students who were wrongfully suspended. The letter says, we ask you to cancel the suspension of Northside 45 and keep ICE out of high schools, out of Northside, HISD, and all HISD schools. We stand in solidarity with 45 Northside High School students suspended for exercising their right to peaceful protest. These students spoke out against the policies harming immigrant communities, and punishing them for civic engagement is unjust. We urge Houston ISD leadership to rescind these suspensions and support students' rights. Northside High School has a long upheld free expression, and we call on you to continue this tradition with empathy and fairness. Instead of punitive actions, resources should be invested in education, not fear-driven immigration enforcement. Protecting students from ICE-related disruptions is essential for their success. We urge you to do the right thing. Drop the suspensions and support the students.
Thank you.
Diana Candida speaking on number 5. I participated in the sick out and protest last week because NES is a failure. It's harming teachers and students across HISD and it needs to be abolished instead of expanded. We love seeing our children excited about learning. That's not possible with NES. We love books, not crooks. If you want to improve literacy, bring back libraries and librarians and allow students to read complete novels at all Houston schools. Houston taxpayer money is being misspent, and Mr. Miles' claim that his expensive and ineffective NES system works is false. We love teachers, not tyrannists. I ask that tyrannical principals like Ms. Ledon at Wharton and Mr. Cotter at Sharpstown be fired. These principals don't respect teachers. Their enforcement of the terrible NES system creates a toxic environment, resulting in teachers and children suffering and leaving our schools. We love public schools because they help everyone. You are Houstonians. Help HISD by ending NES and firing Mike Miles and Principals Ledon and Cotter.
Thank you.
My name is Camille Bro. I participated in the sick out because no matter what parents do, this administration never addresses our concerns. Because I'm able to take off work while others aren't. Because my third grader at an NES school is suffering. Because I love our school dearly, but I don't see how I can subject my children to another year of NES. Because this top-down model of compliance breeds a toxic environment filled with dishonesty and more akin to the show Survivor than a school system. And the ones who suffer are at the very bottom, our kids. Because if Miles earns a 66, he gets $120,000. But if a school earns a 66, they become NES indefinitely. Because Alex Elizondo already called parents irresponsible. What's irresponsible is having someone working for the district who is clearly in need of communication ethics training, trying to shame parents on social media. I'll crowdfund for her training.
Thank you.
Speakers 21 through 29, please move to the front row. All remaining speakers. We'll start with number 21. Tex Kirshen, followed by Ruth Kravitz.
All right, is this working?
Yep.
Hi, Tex Kirshen, father of a top-tier HISD student and a former teacher. Miles, you are what Texans call a real piece of work. A flop, a thief of joy. I used to be a teacher here, but I could not suffer an educational phony, a bully such as you, who has banned books from schools and replaced inspiration with AI garbage. The sign of your culture, of mediocrity. Miles, you are bleeding our city dry, like the world's most boring vampire. Millions and millions of dollars are missing under your watch. Thief, 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 thief of joy. And you.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up.
Mr. Ocampo, bless your heart.
Thank you.
Ruth Kravitz, followed by Claudia Rios.
Good evening. Thank you for your service. My name is Ruth Kravitz. Today you banned a grandmother from HISD property for the next 6 months, even from attending her grandchild's school events, just for speaking out at a board meeting. This week you suspended 45 Northside students for peacefully protesting the executive orders and even misled parents into believing their children were expelled last Friday. For 2 years, you have fired teachers for not following error-ridden scripts or for missing days for health reasons. You told parents that their kids can't read a full book until after STAR, even at non-NES schools like Pershing and Pinoak. Is that supposed to be reassuring? To inflate STAR scores, you blocked 70% of NES ninth graders from taking biology last year and kept at least 17% of high-achieving NES eighth graders from taking algebra in eighth grade. That is why over 3,000 parents at 160 schools kept their kids home.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Speaker 23, Claudia Rios, followed by Kelly Blicker.
Soy Claudia Ríos, soy líder comunitario. Vengo aquí, hablo por Adriana Izquierdo. Quiero alzar la voz contra las acciones de Mike Miles, el nuevo sistema educativo NES, que no es solo resta actividad a nuestros maestros, sino también crea un ambiente que perjudica la educación de nuestros hijos. Una de las cuestiones más alarmantes en la práctica de Mike Miles es encontrar directores sin experiencias como Verónica Celdón, que carece de habilidades de liderazgo necesarias para guiar a las escuelas con eficiencias. Estas personas ocupan puestos de poder sin experiencia, ni la visión necesaria para apoyar a los profesores y a los alumnos. Como resultado del caos reina en muchas escuelas. En desorden no pasa desapercibido que nuestros hijos perciban la confusión y la falta de estabilidad y el desgaste emocional por lo que pasan los educadores. Los niños merecen un entorno que lo puedan crecer y aprenderse y sentirse seguros en un lugar, fomentar en orden y coherencia. Y este liderazgo con Mike Miles alimenta desorden. Es hora que nos centremos en un liderazgo, experiencia masivo que apoye tanto a los educadores como a los estudiantes. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Claudia Perez, and I'm speaking for Adriana. My name is Claudia Rios, and I'm speaking for Adriana Izquierdo. I want to raise my voice against the actions of Mike Miles and the new education system, NES, which not only undermines but also creates an environment that harms our children's education. One of the most alarming issues is Mike Miles' practice of hiring inexperienced principals like Verónica Celedón, who lack the leadership skills necessary to guide our schools effectively. These individuals are put in positions of power without the experience or vision to support teachers and students. As a result, chaos reigns in the confusion, the lack of stability, and the emotional toll it takes on their educators. Children deserve an environment where they can grow, learn, and feel safe. Instead of fostering order and consistency, Mike Miles' leadership fuels disruption. It is time we focus on experienced, compassionate leadership that supports both educators and students.
Thank you.
Kelly Blickery. I had other remarks, but I'm pivoting. The teachers who are driving student success, who are driving campus success, who are teaching dynamic lessons, those are the teachers who are leaving. I'm not talking about last year's bloodbath. I'm talking right now, planning their escape from HISD. So thank you for eliciting teacher feedback, for attempting clarity, for promising to harass our teachers just a little bit less. But forgive me, as a parent at a school that has been gutted by this administration, where children are bearing the consequences of your recklessness, for waiting to see before I believe.
Thank
And
you.
I have a few more minutes. Brought you all some Valentine's Day cards. Apparently that's not an official handout, but I guess I'll just leave them right here.
Thank you.
Speaker 25, Acacia Rogers Arcos, followed by Sarah Rivlin, Sean Leader, and Nayeli Hidalgo.
My name is Acacia Rogers Arcos. I am a former HISD student. I graduated Lamar High School. I participated in the IB program, and I went on to get my master's degree and become a speech and language pathologist. I have a daughter in 4th grade at Wharton Dual Language Academy, and I am a first-time speaker. I am here on behalf of all of the parents that have built and all the staff that have built a beautiful, wonderful environment at Wharton Dual Language Academy. It has been destroyed in the past 6 months that we have been there. There have been 10 students that have withdrawn, and just recently, one of the most beloved teachers who's had 20 years experience is being put on leave. I am begging you to please cease and desist, stop this horrible takeover, and fire Dr. Celedon.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Rivlin. 45 Northside students were suspended for protesting ICE raids. The district stated that a small group of students ran through the hallways and persisted with disruptive activities. But in the Student Code of Conduct, running and disruptions in halls is a level 1 offense, not punishable by suspension. Parents were told that their students were being suspended for unauthorized protests and demonstrations, a level 4 offense. Boycotts and sit-ins are also classified as level 4, meaning every peaceful tactic used during the civil rights movement is now punishable by suspension in HISD. Mike Miles often uses group punishments, such as mass firings, to scare adults into submission, but it hits differently when he does it to kids. 4% of Northside students just missed 3 days of instruction. Clearly, obedience is more important.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nayeli Hidalgo, and I am here reading a statement on behalf of Jessica Campos. I'm here speaking for students, specifically the North Side 45. Did you know that the North Side of Houston is one of the most immigrant-populated areas in the city? The students in these communities are living in fear, and not only do they fear losing their teachers, but they also now fear losing their friends and families. Their homes are filled with uncertainty, never knowing when ICE will show up to tear their lives apart. On Friday, 45 of 100 students from Northside High School were suspended without evidence, without written notice, not for violence, not for harming anyone, but for standing up for their community. For demanding to be heard in the middle of this turmoil instead of listening, you all silenced them. Instead of protecting them, you pushed them out of the place they should be safe. You don't get to claim you care about students while pushing them for expressing their fear and expressing their pain. Please reinstate these students.
Thank you.
Remove the level 4 suspensions from their records. Protect
Thank you. Your time is up.
freedom of speech and public education.
Thank you.
We're ready for Zoom speakers.
Okay, ready for Zoom speakers? Go
Dr.
ahead then.
Pamela Bovlin, please turn your camera on and you may begin. We'll come back to Dr. Bovlin. Sam Bryan, please turn your camera on and you may begin.
1 second, my phone was acting up.
Working on it.
Sorry, we're putting my kids to bed. Once again, another month has passed with accountability for everyone in this district except for Mike Miles and this board. Another month passes, another month goes by without the board exercising its power to rein in the fraud, waste, and abuse perpetrated by Mike Miles. And now we learn of electioneering, costing taxpayers millions of dollars in the pursuit of his doomed effort for a bond the community rejected. We learned that despite a failing grade on his own evaluation, a massive cash bonus goes to Mike Miles. Our children go without heat, without clean water, without libraries and books and schools, and Mike Miles gets extra money for it, for his vanity, his pride, and his greed. And this board does nothing.
Thank you. Dr. Bovlin, you may begin.
I'm sorry. I'm going to speak quickly. Vote no on item 7. Should a conflict of interest not recuse a real estate mogul from financing public schools? Unelected managers should not be allowed to sell off properties and use those funds for general operation. Vote no on item 8. All district employees, regardless of salary, hourly, or contract, should be compensated. Oh, okay, I thought I already did. Sorry. Vote no on item 7. Dr. Bovlin, I'm going to speak quickly. Vote no on item 7. Should a conflict of interest not recuse a real estate mogul from financing public facilities?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bovlin. Victoria Hotman Bryan, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I am speaking to you from my children's bookshelf where they actually get to read real books, unlike students in HISD schools. I am a former teacher. My name is Victoria Hotman Bryan. After reviewing the standards for comprehensive improvement plan or your comprehensive improvement plan to close the gaps where you're going to turn more schools into NES, all I can say is that the NES will not provide what the students need, except for maybe giving you false data. Lockstep teaching to AI-written, error-riddled slides and packets will not meaningfully close the gaps for any students. Students need classroom discussions. They need to care about their work. They need a teacher who can explain the importance of what they are doing and why they should be doing it. And they need someone who can take the time to do that. They do not need a robot, and they don't need robot-written curriculums. Students need teachers who are passionate about their subject, their curriculum, and who can transfer that passion to their students. A
Thank you.
good teacher helps students realize their own agency. A good curriculum is designed to get them through to their
Thank you.
actual
Your time
interests.
is up.
Can you honestly look at this atrocious?
Christine Hurley, please turn your camera on. You may begin.
To quote Emerson, the punishment that we are dealt is always in accordance with the harm we have caused. To the board, the only productive, positive, and law-abiding path forward is with the termination of Mike Miles. Until then, my hope for you is for each and every one of you to face the same fate as the community you hold hostage. I hope when you need assistance, you're shown expensive social media posts about millions of dollars spent on centers you can't access. I hope when you try to read a book, all libraries are closed and the pages are as empty as our beautiful libraries are now. I hope when you go to listen to music, nothing but the silence of our schools fills your ears because you gave Mike Miles a raise and a bonus while taking away our extracurricular stipends. I hope your children are forced to go to NES schools and list worksheets while adults around them lie about differentiated learning when it's truly just different worksheets. I hope your houses are cold in the winter, hot in the summer, and that when you go to lunch, you have to comes out. This is the HISD you have created. This is what you forced my children into.
Thank you.
I will stop making you hear about it.
Orlando Lara, you may begin.
My name is Orlando Lara. I'm an expert on citizenship and migration and a property taxpayer in HISD. This week, the ACLU sent you a letter that explains how the February 7th Northside student protest does not rise to a level 4 offense in HISD. A level 4 offense requires repeated action, and this protest was a singular event. Students complied with administrators, calmed each other down, and went back to class. No student's behavior rose to a level 4 offense to justify suspension. It is okay to admit that. Rather than waste taxpayer money trying to defend against justified parent lawsuits, I want HISD to develop a policy that could keep our students safe from harmful and unnecessary ICE operations in our schools. Allowing ICE on campus is educational malpractice and a much greater disruption than a mere student walkout. If you want students to learn from their mistakes, are you willing to learn from yours? Revoke this immediate action to keep ICE out of HISD. Today, congratulations. It's time to do something right.
Thank you.
Alina Sotelo, you may begin.
My name is Alina Sotelo. Your school interventions are not working, and the people enforcing them are causing harm. These are the words of a teacher at Warden. Fire Principal Celedon. The morale among teachers at our school is alarmingly low, and I personally witness my coworkers' pain and distress daily. I am concerned with the mental health of our staff and students. Celedon's leadership style is detrimental to the faculty, our students, and their families. She is undoing the very glue that holds our school together. This year, we have lost 9 valuable staff members, and it is heartening to hear that many others are thinking of leaving as well, including myself. My mental health and well-being have plummeted working under this principal. Please take action to address Principal Celedon. The health and well-being of our students and staff should be the priority, and it's apparent that this cannot be achieved under her leadership. Fire Principal Celedon.
Thank you.
Franklin Tamburillo, please begin.
There's a serious pattern of financial mismanagement and conflict of interest within HISD from the top down right now. First is Miles' involvement in transferring Texas tax dollars out of state at the expense of Texas children and for the benefit of Third Futures investors. That requires investigation, third-party disinterested investigation. Third Futures investors are not the responsibility of taxpayers, parents, and students. As a taxpayer and HISD parent, I'm calling on you, Board of Managers, to push for comprehensive external audits of HISD's finances under Miles' tenure. It's been irresponsible use of tax money. Second is Miles' spending of $870 million without board authorization. Where are the basic budgetary control procedures? The board of managers is supposed to oversee spending, but these things have not, to my knowledge, come before the board. When Miles began as superintendent, HISD had a projected 2023 to 4 budget deficit of $99 million, but a year and a half
Thank you.
later, Miles' deficit inflated to $285 million. No democracy, no accountability, no trust.
Sarah Terrell, you may begin.
Last month, I said that you were disappointing people. You arrested me and threw me in jail. Last week, you suspended 40 students for peacefully protesting. You are threatened by activist grandmothers and students. You penalize us to silence us. We are no threat to you, and we are not silenced. Now I'm prohibited from all HISD buildings. I can't attend a play or a lunch at my grandchild's school or attend a public meeting. Your attorney's letter sanctimoniously invokes the safety of students. You look ludicrous and petty. I'm not a threat, I'm a human. You're scared, I'm not. We are barreling towards a future in this country when free speech may no longer be free, when speaking out may be subject to just the sort of penalty that you gave me. I hope that you are pleased to be the vanguard of this movement.
Thank you.
Frederick Woods, please begin.
Good evening. My name is Fred Woods. I continue to be dissatisfied by the lack of community engagement and accountability by this body. To make matters worse, when parents assemble to speak out and protest, as is our right under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, we get responses that call us irresponsible, or that somehow this board or the superintendent have a higher interest in the safety and well-being of our children than we do. This is Black History Month, and the greatest way to teach my child about how people who look like us overcame enslavement, racism, bigotry, discrimination, and pompous people in positions of perceived power who make decisions for us, not with us, is to get into good trouble. That's the price we pay for positive change. So as long as you carry on ignoring the tax-paying parents, their students, and our teachers, we will wear whatever label you come up with to defend your lack of empathy and poor judgment as a badge of honor. I'd rather be labeled an irresponsible parent that votes, pays my taxes, takes care of my family, and speaks up for my community than any one of you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is in person, Brooke Longoria.
Good evening. I'm Brooke Longoria. Thank you so much for accommodating me for coming late. I'm here tonight to speak to the revision to local board policy about raising the construction amount from $50,000 to $1 million. That is a very drastic increase and one that I think should give everyone great pause, especially considering this past year's accounting record. It shows that there is it needs time and space to grow and improve, and such a drastic raise is really worrisome. And then finally, just really quick, we are now February 13th. My child's teacher had hoped to include 2 novels in this year's curriculum. She has been unable to do so because there's not been time and space. And I think that that's really sad that we are touting this high-quality curriculum. But if a high-quality curriculum can't include books, the problem is with the curriculum. Could you imagine Kincaid saying no novels in their curriculum? Could you imagine? That's wild. So,
Thank you. So, Ms. Smith, are we completed? Okay. Okay. Let's make sure I'm in the right place. So we are now, we've concluded the hearing of the speakers. We'll next consider action items on the agenda. Board policy requires members to abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve the conflict of interest. Board policy BBS FA local defines a conflict of interest as any circumstance that could cast doubt on a board member's ability to act or with total objectivity with regard to the district's interest. We have 3 items pulled from the consent agenda, item 3 and 4, regarding the approval of a contingent fee legal service agreement, and that will be addressed after closed session. For now, we'll address item 5, which is the approval of the 2024-2025 targeted improvement plans for the Houston Independent School District Comprehensive Support Intervention Identified Campuses. May I have a motion? You may have to hit my computer because they're kind of gone to sleep. I think we're having trouble getting the computers back up since we were, let's see, hit my computer. We need to log it in, I guess.
Yeah, we both need to log in. I don't know if others do, but.
Yeah, my computer doesn't work. Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think we're good now. Okay, so we need a motion. We don't have the ability to move. We have the motion up. My computer? Nope. We still are not able to get into the agenda side. No, we aren't. It's just the two of us here. We have multiple times.
I think they need to be signed in too.
Yeah.
Let's take 1 second.
I don't even get to sign in.
Oh, did you move your?
Yeah. There we go. You sign me in? I need to sign in too.
No, mine is.
Oh, she doesn't know the password. We can do this with just by hands too. Okay, now you hit my computer, right? What do we do? You tell us our password.
Okay, yeah, that's open.
This it?
Yes. Just give it a minute. Yes, it opened.
We're going to deduct this. Here we go. Now we have to sign in.
Yes.
I want to sign in.
Okay, same, okay.
There we go. Okay, is everybody up on their computers now? Besides us? Okay, good. All right, so we have a motion and a second. How about discussion? Anybody have discussion on this item? Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, President Campbell. I submitted my questions. They were pretty much answered. One of the questions I had was related to the meetings that we were scheduled to have in the month of January and February. Thank you for providing the list. Quick question, because I don't know all the NES schools off the top of my head. So there's 35 identified within the plan. Those are already NES schools. Is that correct? We're not adding more to. That's what I want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So I just
Go
want to
ahead.
clarify your question, because here we have 2 PUA schools on this list.
My understanding of the question was this is not creating more NES schools as a result of this. Is that
Okay, and there's
correct?
37.
There's 37 total, 34 are NES right now.
Or 34, 35.
35.
34, it looks like.
Right, so the PUA schools are High School Ahead, Liberty, and Middle College, Gulfton, and the 34 NES, but 32 of those 34 are, have showed improvement in their plan. So that's a distinction within, whenever you're labeled this title, you could be comprehensive progress or comprehensive identified. So 32 of those 34 are comprehensive progress, meaning they've already shown improvement in this requirement.
Okay, thank you, because it looks like exit status includes achieving a higher close the gap domain score than previously at the end of the second year. So is this year one for these schools, even though they've improved last year? Can you explain that?
Yes, ma'am. If you are comprehensive progress, that means you are identified at the end of 22-23, and then you've already shown 1 year of progress. So this means that these particular schools were identified at the end of 2023. If they've then 32 of them, it meant that they already are demonstrating that they're on track to exit and that they've improved. So even though they are still listed, they're listed as comprehensive progress because they're on track to exit. You have to be in it for 2 years.
Got it. That helps me, because I was wondering, so this status was based on, I guess, the last published TEA accountability ratings that.
If you are comprehensive progress, you would have been identified at the end of 22-23 because you would have had to have 1 year to show progress. We also have comprehensive identified campuses who can be flagged for the first time. So for that group, we have 2 campuses that are comprehensive identified, which means they can be identified from the end of last year. So they would be in their kind of first year right now. And so in those 2 campuses, there are 2 NES schools, but one is the first year NES right now, so they haven't had a chance to demonstrate if, what those results will be yet by the end of this year. And the second one was an NES last year, so it's the only one of the 34 NES that actually did not make progress.
Thank you. And one more question, please. Is this an improvement plan that we would do every year based on, I guess, last year's schools? How does this work?
It typically is. It's a federal requirement that's typically in place, but because of some broader things happening, it was not required by TEA last year. And so it had a 1 year where it just didn't exist. But usually it does. And we still actually did the plans. It just was the same requirements weren't in place in terms of it going to the board and in terms of it going in front of the campuses. But even so, I just think the important thing is that every campus is still required to develop an action plan. And that action plan focuses on the ways that they're going to improve. And they start that action planning process really in the spring right now for the next year. They get significant feedback on that process as a part of defined autonomy. If they have large gaps, which is what this is based on, they actually have to include that in their action plan. And they get significant feedback on that action plan as they build it now and then also in the fall. And so what we're really focused on is making sure that this just aligns with what they've already been doing in that action plan that they follow that really does support closing the gaps.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to acknowledge that we celebrated the growth of a lot of these schools on here. So again, we expect to see this list much smaller. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and vote then. Okay, we have 9 yay and 0 no. The motion passes. Let's go on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the remainder of tonight's agenda items by consensus?
You're talking about except for the 2.
Except for the 2 we pulled. Yeah, those are coming back after closed session. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. The motion passes 9-0. Okay, at this time, the board will recess to closed session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004 through 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final vote, action, or decision shall be taken at an open meeting covered by the notice upon the reconvening of the public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The board has recessed to closed session at 9:04 p.m. on February 13, 2025. Thank you. Just downside. Okay, we got everybody here? Good, good. Okay, the board, good evening. The meeting is reconvened at 10:07 PM. Let's see here. Our second item pulled from the consent agenda is item 3, consideration of adopted resolution of approving a contingent fee legal services agreement, including findings needed for submission of contingent fee legal services agreement and the request for the expedited review by the Texas Attorney General. May I have a motion for the item 3, please? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, please vote. You got it? Okay, motion passes. Let's see. The last item pulled from the consent agenda is item 4, consideration and adoption of contingency fee legal services agreement with Thompson and Horton LLP, Ilian and Bonin PC, and O'Hanlon, Demerith, and Castillo PC. Do I have a motion to approve? Okay, there's a motion and it's been seconded. Any questions or comments? If not, please vote. Okay, the motion passes. We don't have anything else out of closed session. So, are there any remarks or reports from board members? All good?
I will.
Okay, go ahead.
So, first of all, it's 10 o'clock, so that's good. This week I was invited by Milby community to go be part of a balloon release for one of their students who was unfortunately lost their lives recently. I always get emotional on these type of things. For me, it was a little bit surprising. So he was a baseball player, a 9th grader. They introduced me to the family. I didn't. Well, let me say this. I didn't know the kid, but I knew his dad when I got there. I was surprised at that. I say I didn't know the kid, but he actually went to church with us for several years. So one of the things I was there. I was reminded that our kids have it tough. It's tough to be a teenager these days. So I'll just say this to the families, if you're still watching, just a reminder that we have resources here available through HISD, through Hazel Health, our counselors. Reach out to your school principal for assistance. But we talk about, Cassandra and I, we talk to community members and we talk about all the wraparound services that are needed and that we can't be everything to everybody. But here's one area where we can help out. And so for parents, make sure you reach out to your school if you need assistance with mental health. So thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments or reports? Okay, well, Superintendent, you have anything?
No, sir.
Okay, great. Well, the next regular board meeting will be held on March 20th of 2025. We do in the middle of this have a budget workshop on the 27th of February. Materials will go out on the 20th, and this will be assumptions, so don't expect a baked budget since it's February. But we'll have the assumptions and a lot of the workings that will go into the budget. And so we'll make sure that everybody has that on the 20th, and then we'll be ready for that meeting on the 27th. So there being no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned at 10:11 p.m. Thanks. Hey, what's the social?